At this point, sorry, I'll just repeat that, just turned on the microphones there. At this point, there are no apologies for today's council meeting because all of the elected members of the council are present. I'm moving on to item number 1.3, which is the confirmation of the agenda. Councillor Curnow is moving that and Councillor Wilson-Collins is seconding that. Now, I just have an extra comment for you here, which is item number 5.5 in the agenda as published, in the listed agenda as published, is a heading only on the contents page because the item appears twice in the agenda. It's actually item number 5.12. So the Taharoa domain item is actually, its place in the meeting is at 5.12, not at 5.5, but it is in error produced in the agenda at twice, if you like. So we're removing it from 5.5. We'll keep the numbers as written. So thank you. So regarding the confirmation of the agenda, we have a mover here and a seconder. Thank you. Is there any further commentary on the agenda? Nothing. Thank you. We're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Item number 1.4, conflict of interest declaration. Are there any conflicts of interest for today's meeting?
Yeah, I have a conflict on item 5.1.
Item number 5.1, a conflict of interest. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Are there any further conflicts?
I have a registered conflict with the Kaihu Valley Trail.
Kaihu Valley Trail item. Thank you, Councillor Wills.
5.8.
At 5.8, thank you. Okay, thank you for declaring those conflicts of interest. Thank you. Thank you, Mike. You're speaking? Yep. All right, thank you. So we're moving on to our section 2 of today's agenda, which where we have a presentation from a member of the public. And this, of course, is an important part of local democracy. And so we are being joined by Matt Woodside from Rich Landscapes, representing MAS, to provide a presentation regarding item 5.4, which comes up later in this morning's agenda. So, good morning, Matt. Welcome to this morning's Kaikoura District Council meeting.
Good morning, all.
So you've been made aware that you have kind of, if you like, 5 minutes to present, and then we'll ask you questions for clarification around your presentation. Yes, thank you.
Well, as you will all be well aware, the Mangawhai, the MAS skate park sort of area is, you know, kind of an exemplary example within New Zealand with the bowl skating facilities and more recently, you know, there's really high standard, like international competition kind of standard. You had the learners area more recently built down the bottom. So there's 2 more phases to complete MAS's vision for the skate area. One has been all costed up and drawn up and is ready to go, and that's the flow bowl, which I understand there's funding. It's been 50% funded by the MAS through lotteries funding and 50% funded by the council and the LTP. So that's all underway and ready to hit the ground, I think this next month. And I think to make it official, we're applying for that 200 from you guys, official sign off today. And along with that, MAS are applying for another 200,000 to progress the streetscape area. It's a street plaza. So there's 2 sort of distinct disciplines within skating, and one is the bowl or transition skating. And one is the street skating, which is more like a plaza, more modelled on a town square kind of thing. And that's reflected right up to Olympic level. You see competitors competing in those two disciplines right up to that level. So in order to provide a sort of a holistic facility for locals and, you know, people to travel to enjoy, the park really, you know, the vision is to really have that there as part of a holistic kind of environment. So skateboarding is more popular than ever as well, as it has been in the Olympics. It's one of the fastest growing sports for young women in the US right now. There's girl skate clubs, there's sort of like a lot of diversity within skateboarding we've seen in the last 5 years, and that support, it's kind of like it's become a little bit of a safe space where people can gather and express themselves, and people can either choose that kind of more artistic, like fulfilling, like personal goal kind of direction, or people can pursue the competitive direction, just depending on your personality and your goals. So I see it as a really worthwhile sort of community thing to invest in. I've actually got a friend as well who he's a photographer, and he's recently taken to documenting the Māori skate scene within New Zealand as well. So you've got all these different interconnecting threads, and I see skate parks as a great sort of, you know, conduit for that kind of activity. So we're here today to try and to ask for the additional 200 to progress 50% of the street plaza, and then the idea is that MAS will get the other 200 to see that completed like as soon as we can within the bounds of the funding available. So if you've got any questions, I'll.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Councillor Larson, question.
Thanks very much for coming and speaking. I appreciate it. Just with regard to the quality of the park that we're going to end up with there, I had heard previously it's sort of like it was almost going to be like an Olympic demonstration sport.
You'll have, by the time the street plaza is rolled out, you'll have like probably one of the best terrain combinations of bowling, street skating within New Zealand here at Monkey Falls. So if you've laid that with the large bowls, like not every council wants to invest in a bowl like that.
Yes.
And then just to sort of, it's sort of weighing a little bit heavy on that transition skating, and first to tip it back up, and the street plaza will just be the icing on the cake in terms of.
So we could see sort of national style competitions.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wethy, question.
Hi, Matt. Thanks for the presentation. Just the substrate of that proposed street plaza, I noticed on the diagrammatic representation of the park here, is it you know, concrete flat, completely flat, or is it like a street plaza, if you like?
Well, it's up in terms of the texture you ride on. Sometimes we texture the surface with a brick or something to give that feel.
Right.
But if you're talking in terms of drainage and stuff, it always has a fall on it, and we use catch pits and tie into the site-wide drainage system there.
Your runoffs are fine. No, I was more interested in the actual, if you like, the surface finish on it.
Oh, the surface finish, yeah, it's pretty smooth usually, not slick. It's like a fine line between you want a little bit of grip.
Yep.
But yeah, in the street plaza, you typically see aspects of a European plaza incorporated with the planters and you may see, we haven't designed it fully yet, but typically you could see some palms or something with a planter around it, and the planter ledge is the skatable bit.
Mm-hmm.
But there'll be benches. The idea is to be quite an okay place for a parent or a grandparent to sit and have a cup of coffee. Because I'm a parent too. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kerner.
I'm interested in what you say that, you know, if we were to give the 200 that MAS would then, I'm talking about the additional 200, then MAS would still go and find the other 200. And would that then complete the whole skate facility?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. Other than ongoing maintenance.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, who's to say skaters may come with a request in future years for something special or additional to complement, but that's the idea, is that the street skate, the 200 from you and the 200 from MAS would complete that, all phases of the skate park. So.
Right, that would be great.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce Pucky.
But I think, just with that 50%, if you rely on our decision this afternoon, Your 50%, are you ready to go? Is there an application somewhere? Is it just waiting on a decision from council?
We're kind of waiting on a decision. Thanks for your question. We're kind of waiting on the decision because, as you'll see here under this yellow area, there is, if you like, a schematic kind of layout. We can't really progress that. MAS need the funding to pay me and my company to take that further. So I guess that's what the funding would be, part fee and part build. And then, does that answer your question? Not really.
I'm sort of going down the line. Have you got something in the pipeline that if we press the button this afternoon, you've got an application ready to go somewhere
Oh, we
to
would,
get that other 200,000?
oh, I'd have to say that Colin's not here today, but that's more his matter than mine. But he's been successful for the flow bowl with the lottery, so I think he'd probably be looking to something like that. There may, to be fully honest with you, that there may be, we will build the 50% and, you know, it could be months or a year go by before the next 50% is ready to go. But we would design that first 50% with the vision of how that would connect to the next 50% in terms of flow and things like that. So, yeah.
That answers my question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Matt, that was going to be my question. When would your final completion, if coming back to Councillor Kernow's question, if you like, and your answer that this would be the end phase of the creation of the skate park. So when would you envisage having all of that 100% completed? We're in the business of always being held to account by all of the community about construction deadlines that may slip and so on and so on. So it's just interesting because this is your project, not ours.
Yes.
Yeah. So what would be your kind of indicator? Do you have a target in mind, like to get it ready for the Commonwealth Games or to get it ready for the whatever?
Well, I guess there is a question over when MAS would secure that final bit for the final 50%. But if you gave your 200 today, I think we could get that street plaza going within the next year because the flow bowl will be completed in the next, say, 3 months. So the flow bowl is at the top and that's the second to last phase, and then the street plaza is the last phase. So we need some time to do the detailed design and the drawings and the specification and go through costings with the contractor. I think it's MAS's aim to use the same contractor if their costing is okay off the back of this flow bowl. So there's not a procurement sort of delay there. So there's some sort of congruent kind of follow through with their site setup and things like that. So I would say if you allow 50 for the 200 within the next year, we could see that build. It's just that last final 50%. I know MAS will want to be funding it as soon as they can, but I can't really control the timing of their applications and the success of their applications. But it's like on their list of, it's their priorities.
Okay, thank you. Are there further questions, elected members? No further questions. Thank you, Matt. Thank you. I would say you're very welcome to stay for the rest of the day. It will be several hours before we get to this item, I imagine.
I'll see what I can.
But of course, we are broadcasting live on Council's Facebook page.
Thank you for your time and for your consideration of this aspect, because it's a really good one, I think, for the community.
Thank you very much. And thank you for coming in today and a very clear presentation to us. So thank you, Matt. Thank you. Right, moving on to section 3 of today's agenda and the confirmation of minutes and the open minutes. We have 2 sets of open minutes to be confirmed as a true and accurate record. This is for the 27th of July, ordinary council meeting, and the extraordinary council meeting of the 10th of August. Councillor Wilson-Collins is moving this, and Councillor Curnow is seconding this. Thank you. Is there any commentary on those minutes? No commentary? Thank you. So we'll put this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, moving on to our next section of our meeting, which is a notice of motion, which has been presented by Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. So Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, we have a recommendation here from you, which is on the screen now. Is this the notice of motion recommendation from you?
It is.
Thank you.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
I-
So thank you. So yes, so you're agreeing that this is your,
Oh, Mr Mayor, I would like
No.
the motion to, with the leave of the majority of the council members, to delete point B, remove point B.
so you're removing that from your notice of motion, all right? So that's now removed. Thank you. Glad we're checking that at the start.
Clarification, Mr Mayor, did we approve both lots of minutes with that one motion? We did? Okay, cool, carry on.
Sorry, yes, we did. Yes, sorry, you're just going back there to the last item. Sorry, back into this item. So we've confirmed there's a change from what was in the written agenda. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock has changed that now to what is on the screen currently. Thank you. So elected members, is there a seconder for this? Councillor Larson. Thank you. So that is put onto the table at this point. So, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have points for the council to consider.
Okay, thank
I was sent these yesterday afternoon, but I'm providing them in written form. Thank you.
Thank you. Normally, we, of course, because we don't have time to read everything here, but
Is this what was emailed?
Yes, it is.
yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
So on the 25th of October 2019,
Sorry, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, are you going to be reading all this?
Mr Mayor, can you please allow me to speak?
No, sorry, I'm asking you, are you going to be reading what you've just tabled?
I will speak for
Because-
5 minutes.
Sorry, because Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, it's not necessary for you to read what you've already tabled and what has already been provided to the elected members of the council that you did yesterday, because we have a long meeting ahead. So I'm just saying, if you could summarise, please, rather than read verbatim, that would be very much appreciated. Thank you. Because we have read it. Thank you.
That's great. Mr Mayor,
Mr Mayor, before we start, I've got a different copy of the notice of motion. I'm just seeking, and I can't see the screen because of the.
Oh, sorry. So section B, which is request that the results of the consultation are reported to the incoming council for a decision, has been removed.
It's quite significantly different than the one that I'm getting.
No, it's the same. It's the same.
It's just with the.
Yeah, it's just that
okay.
piece has been
Thank you,
deleted.
thank you.
So we're clear now? Yes, thank you. So, thank you. So Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, so your summary introduction rather than needing to read it. Thank you.
thank you. Ms Barris, can I confirm that you are timing my presentation?
Yes, through you, Bishop, yes, as I do for all speak.
And thank you, and that I have 5 minutes, and you will notify me when that 5 minutes is up. Thank you. Council, on the 25th of October 2019, we swore an oath. We swore to execute and perform in the best interests of the Kaipara District the powers, authorities and duties vested in or imposed upon us as members of this council by virtue of the Local Government Act, the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act, and any other act. The Local Government Act section 76A through to section 80 is about decision making. And under the significance and engagement policy, assets that are classified as strategic must be consulted if any decision is made to transfer ownership of those strategic assets. First, the community must be consulted on that decision. In the Better Off Funding Package report, the Department of Internal Affairs states that the funds, the $16 million, are to be granted in recognition of the significance of the local government sector and the communities they serve of, and this is the crucial point, the transfer of responsibility for water service delivery. I'm concerned that by our council accepting this money and entering into a legally binding agreement to the transfer of the service delivery to water entity A, we are also agreeing to transfer our assets. Our assets include Brown Road Farm, 132 hectares, that has not been valued. The Thelma Road Mangawhai Community Park, where the wastewater treatment scheme sits. Potentially the golf course, where the proposed disposal extension field is to be. And so what we are doing, if we accept the $16 million without consulting the community for 2 libraries, we are politically nullifying or silencing our ability to criticise the reform and to keep the control and ownership of Three Waters assets in Kaipara District Council and owned by the people. It could be that the community would like the council to enter into this legally binding agreement for $16 million for 2 libraries in exchange for $300 million worth of assets. But we do not know because the community have not been asked. And I believe that this lack of consultation is a failure of our legal responsibility under the Local Government Act. I acknowledge that the Crown and the government has superior authority to our council, but that does not bar us from upholding the Local Government Act and obtaining the views of the community before we make this decision to accept $16 million for 2 libraries, which is a decision of great magnitude. There is the ability to apply for a waiver, which is noted in the report. But now my concluding comments will draw attention to the several legal challenges that are underway debating the lawfulness of this reform. It is crucial that the council obtains the community's opinion before entering into a possibly unlawful funding agreement. I note here the legal opinion of the experts Stephen Franks, Bridget Morton, and the QC, Gary Judd. They challenge the claim of ownership that the government has woven into the reform. They say the claims of ownership are false, misleading, and deceptive. Council will have none of the bundle of rights that define and are conferred by ownership in any sense familiar to lawyers or understood as the common significance of ownership.
Excuse me, Councillor De Livares-Woodcock, that is your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you for a very clear statement, very audible, thank you. So at this point, we're going to go to the seconder here for a statement. Sorry, we're not a statement, sorry, this was the opening statement, sorry. So at this point, elected members, questions for clarification of the notice of motion here, and then we'll get to statements later. Thank you. Thank you.
Second to make the
after the questions for clarification. Yeah,
sure.
Sorry. For clarity there, Councillor Curnow.
Yeah, I'm interested in whether the speaker has actually read the the DIA agreement on the Better Off funding package.
And your question is why?
Have you read it?
Yes.
And in that case, where does it say that the $16 million that's being offered to this community is in compensation for the assets?
That is exactly my point, councillor Curnow. It omits to mention that, except it is spoken to by where it says on page 58 that this is a transfer of responsibility for water service delivery.
It says in recognition of the significance of that transfer, but it is not in any way stating that it's a compensation for the assets.
I think,
Unless you can
thank you.
to the part of the agreement that says that. I haven't.
To Mr. Maris for an additional comment here regarding the notion of compensation.
For the assets.
For the
Through you,
assets.
your worship. So, I have had the DIA confirm with me that, the funding being offered is not compensation for the district's assets. The criteria was around, for the better off funding at least, was around population, deprivation and land. And that's how they formulated the amount of money that would come to the council. In the heads of agreement, I need to take you back to June 21. There was a heads of agreement signed between DIA and LGNZ about the Three Waters program. In that heads of agreement, in section 5.4C specifically, it does say that the better off funding package is not about assets, debt and revenue for the council. So they're split up.
Thank you.
Very clear that it's not in compensation for the assets.
Correct.
Thank you, councillor Curnow.
Other question, yesterday, Mr. Maris, you sent legal advice from council's lawyer on the matters that you've raised around the potential, as you suggest, criminality of accepting this money. And
I did not use the word criminality.
you refer to the Crimes Act and bribery
Yes.
in your paper.
I said
Yes, in your
there's
written,
no word criminality in my statement here.
But it does.
I ask you to show me where it says criminality.
I would say that where you have written here at point 3 in your notice of motion, there are possible legal implications under the Crimes Act 1954.
Yes, there is no word criminality there.
Sorry, well, that's,
Your implication that council could perhaps be guilty under the Crimes Act of taking a bribe is what you're implying. And
I'm saying there are questions about this that we must be concerned about. Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
sorry, no. This is important, but what is your point of order here, councillor?
Is that I have answered the councillor's question. There is no mention of the word criminality. Next question, please.
so my next question is, in your paper, you suggest that councillors could be guilty of a crime of bribery.
I do not suggest that. Where does it say that? Please draw attention to where it says that.
The definition of the word bribe
Yes, I have defined the word bribe.
and under the Crimes Act. And so this is your point 9. Even though we are not directly taking money for personal benefit, if the Kaipara public perceives that by accepting the better off fund, we elected members are taking the bribe, then we must be very concerned. So you're suggesting to the community that there could be a risk of councillors taking a bribe by accepting, but that's,
Sorry,
Can I answer the questions, Mr. Mayor?
sorry, so
Allow me
Please.
to answer the question.
please, because right now you're talking differently to what point 9 of your own written document here talks to, councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Mr. Mayor,
Having- Wait.
I have been asked a
Clear.
question, certainly.
Can you go back to your written word
Mr. Mayor,
at point number 9?
yes. Point number 9. Elected members have heard this plea from many people in the community. Do not take the bribes. And then I have defined the word bribe as follows.
Yes.
To try and make someone do something for you by giving them money, presents, or something else they want. For example, he bribed immigration officials and entered the country illegally. Under the Crimes Act 1961, section 105 sets out the unlawfulness of corrupting an official through bribery. even though we are not directly taking money for personal benefit. If the Kaipara public perceives that by accepting the better off package, we elected members are taking a bribe, then we must be very concerned. And this is why consultation of the community about accepting this funding package is crucial. Next question.
So have you read the legal advice from the council's lawyer on what you've said?
Perception of the public is crucial for
So
the
the
citizens.
question is, have you read that legal advice?
I'm not answering that question.
Sorry, you need to answer the question, councillor De La Woodcock.
Mr. Maris, do I need to answer the question?
It's a fair question.
Have you read the legal advice provided by council's lawyer?
No, I have not, but I have read the legal advice of Stephen Franks and one.
Thank you,
So you haven't read that legal advice?
thank you, councillor De La.
A legal advice is only a legal advice.
Sorry, if,
Are you a lawyer?
please, councillor De La Woodcock. Council here has a responsibility to make evidence-based decisions. And for that, have trust of our community, and to be a trusted council, we need to take legal advice and get legal opinions regarding matters which may be complicated or complex for us. Kaipara District Council sought a legal opinion about the notion of bribery that you are talking to. And I will just read the summary of that, which is that the statement in your notice of motion that there could be, quote, possible legal implications under the Crimes Act, end quote, if elected members vote to accept the better off funding package and transition package offered by central government, is misconceived and incorrect. That is the legal advice that this council has received. That, again, your statement in the notice of motion about the possible legal implications under the Crimes Act are misconceived and incorrect. Well, Councillor Curno's questions here are, have you read this statement?
When was it sent?
This was sent yesterday.
Our agenda of the open is 300 pages. The closed is hundreds more pages. Mr. Mayor, I was spending all my time with this. I did not have time and I missed that email. So no, I haven't read it. But it is only one legal opinion. And of course, the courts prove and decide on matters that are legal. And there are currently legal actions challenging the lawfulness of this Three Waters reform as unlawful.
Thank you. Yes, and one of our neighbouring councils is involved in that. Yes, we appreciate that. I would remind you, councillor De La Woodcock, that this information was sent after you had written this document and already sent it to us yesterday.
Shortly.
So I missed that email.
So the important point here, thank you, is that we are trying to get questions from you, and we are clear now that you have not read the council's legal opinion on this matter. Thank you. We're going for more questions for clarification. Thank you. Because I have a question for clarification, please. The transition funding, which is also an item for today's agenda. If this, as per your notice of motion, were not to be able to be decided by the council for the transition funding, what do you propose to do about the $422,000, which is, I'm gonna say, 1.5% of a rates increase that will be put instantly onto the Kaipara District Council ratepayers by your notice of motion decision here?
What, Mr. Mayor, that applies to another decision. It is not.
Sorry, councillor De La Woodcock, that implies entirely to your notice of motion that you have put here before us.
Mr. Maris, can you please tell me if it's proper for the mayor to be directing questions to the next item.
No, I'm inside your notice of motion. Gavin Wilson, could you please bring the notice of motion up on the screen? So if you see there in the second line, you say, and the transition funding package. That is what I'm talking to, councillor De La Varas. I'm talking here about whether or not to accept the transition funding package. Yes? So what I'm saying is that this is $422,000.
Correct.
Which is work, which is, as our infrastructure team can say, is imminent and right upon this council. What I'm saying to you is, if there were to be a delay, how would you propose that the ratepayers of Kaipara District Council fund that $422,000, which is the estimated cost to this council of the transition for the Three Waters reform, whether council likes it or not, that central government is offering us here. So what I'm saying to you is, if not through taking this funding, how do you propose for the Kaipara District Council ratepayers to take on an extra 1.5% rates increase?
Mr. Mayor, my notice of motion asks the council to very quickly use its social media communications channel to ask the community what they think, because the community have told me through emails, in person, that they do not want our council to accept funding from the DIA because that they see as completely undermining any protest and ability to stop Three Waters reform. And the majority of my constituents have told me to oppose Three Waters with all my might. And so this is what I'm doing. I am asking this council.
Thank you.
To consult with the community.
Yes, thank you.
Before taking.
Thank you,
money.
Councillor De La Varas Woodcock. Thank you for that. So again, regarding the ratepayers of the district, in that information that they are sending you, are they saying regarding this, that the transition funding, that they're aware that not taking the transition funding will mean a rates increase?
They are simply telling me, do not take the bribes.
Okay, thank you. So, and again, the misleading, and misconceived and incorrect statement regarding bribes, okay, is challenging for this council, okay?
That is
So
something.
that's your,
That's right.
but that's your opinion, all right, that you're bringing to here. So that is still a challenge for us. So there are more questions for clarification. No further questions for clarification. Thank you. So statements at this point, we have.
Seconder.
So Mr. Maris, is it do we move to the seconder at this point? So we move to the seconder because the item has been introduced. Thank you. So councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, very interesting conversation we've had here this morning around whether we should, in essence, regarding this notice of motion, consult with the community, the people that we represent. And this Three Waters process is probably one of the most substantial changes we've ever seen in the Kaipara here, where we see hundreds of millions of dollars of water assets transferred off our books. And at the same time, we lose control of those assets in terms of effectively we lose ownership of them, and we lose control of them because the governance structure that's proposed is one wherein with Kaipara's numbers, effectively we will have no say in what happens with those water assets. And ultimately, we are here to represent the ratepayers. And in particular, not just our ratepayers, but ratepayers and taxpayers across the whole of New Zealand are very uneasy about the Three Waters proposals. I don't want to harp on about acts too much, but when the Local Government Act 2002 came in to effect, we changed to a system of participatory democracy from representative democracy, and participatory democracy requires us to go out and seek the views of our ratepayers on matters. And in this particular instance, I do believe that we have time to go out and seek the views of our ratepayers using our modern technology. I think that would be an excellent exercise for us to undertake so that we can have some attempt at building trust with the community rather than just pushing ahead without discussing these matters at all. I believe this is also the only opportunity that we have to go out and consult with our community, because under the Water Services Bill, the Local Government Act 2002 is actually being overridden. So specific clauses in the Water Services Bill remove the ability to go and consult. And so now is the time for that consultation to occur. I don't think we've got any other option other than doing it now, doing it swiftly, and still being in a position that if the community decide with all the information before them that we should proceed and we should uplift the funding, then we still have time to do that. We can still make that decision, which we have until the 30th of September for the Better Off package of $16 million. Without further ado, I believe that we should push ahead with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Further statements? Thank you, Councillor Kerner.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm absolutely in favour of talking to our ratepayers. The thing is, here we've already done that. We did this through the LTP. We talked about the options of libraries. We consulted through our library strategy, and the community agreed that we needed a bigger library facility. And by library, we're also talking cultural centre, so it's not just about books, both in Dargaville and in Mangawhai. So I'm allowed to speak.
Sorry, what is your point of order, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock?
My point of order is that this is a misrepresentation of the consultation, because that long-term plan consultation for 2 new libraries was not connected to the forfeiture of our assets.
I'm getting to that.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. So it is.
Clarify that.
Sorry.
I'm actually getting to that, if you'll give me time to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Kerner. Please continue.
So we've had absolute clarity given to us that this funding is not compensation for the 3 water assets. It is not in any way. And if you go to guideline point 13 that the DIA produced, it even specifically says that there is nothing in taking this money that says that councils have to stop objecting to 3 waters. We are perfectly entitled to keep expressing anything we feel about 3 waters. So there's nothing there that says we have to stop speaking. There is nothing there that says this is compensation for the assets. This is simply a grant to assist our communities who have asked for us for libraries. We have the opportunity to provide them using this funding. And for me, it would seem remiss and a breach of my initial oath that I took on the 25th of October 2019, exactly like you did. It would be a breach of my oath to support the communities and to do what's best for the communities. We have consulted There is nothing that ties this money to us supporting Three Waters. Three Waters is likely happening to us whether we like it or not. So in that case, it is implicit on us to do the right thing by our communities and engage with Three Waters to make it as fit for purpose as it can be, and to take this money where we can for assets that our communities have already asked for. Now, the fact that the member says that the community doesn't want Three Waters, that is the community that the member is talking to. The communities that I'm talking to want support, want to resolve these issues, and want this model, given that there are things that we need to engage in to make more fit for purpose, but they are keen on this idea. So perhaps the feedback that the member's getting is from her bias group, and perhaps the feedback that I'm getting is from my bias group, but between us, we are not saying that we are representative. But what I'm saying is that if we look at this as something that is going to happen to us anyway, then going by our oath, we would be remiss to endanger getting this money.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Is your point of order, councillor De La Woodcock?
The member saying that this is something that is going to happen to us anyway is pure conjecture.
That's not.
Because there is
Sorry.
The three.
Councillor De La Woodcock, that is not grounds for a point of order.
So it's misleading information and not relevant.
Sorry, misleading information is also not relevant for a point of order as well. Okay, misrepresentation is.
Okay, then it's misrepresentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
But councillor, so your point of order is not upheld. Councillor Curnow, please continue.
I'm just about there. Yeah, so I think what we're getting confused with here is the conflation of two issues, whether we like Three Waters and whether we should accept this funding. They are not one and the same. We are not saying we like Three Waters if we take this money, and there is nothing that binds us to do so. So for me, my feeling on that oath is the right thing to do is to get on with getting this money landed so we can start designing those libraries. And we understand that tranche one will be about designing and scoping, and tranche two, should it arrive, and if there's a change of government and a change of direction on Three Waters and tranche two never arrives, at least we will have developed the designs and scoping for those two library projects. And then we can figure out how else we might fund it, which at this point, if we don't take this money, looks like the ratepayers, because that's the only other place we get our money from. Thank you.
Thank you. Further statements? Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to concur with the majority of what Councillor Curnow has actually just expressed. I commend Councillor De La Woodcock for her passion and bringing what she feels very strongly about to the council table and fighting for what she believes in. However, I'm feeling that regardless of whether or not Three Waters is happening to us, my understanding and the legal opinion and the documentation that we've read, these funds are not tied to accepting Three Waters. They are not. Do not mean that we cannot oppose it. And in fact, there are other councils that have accepted the move to accept the funding and are still opposing Three Waters. And so therefore, why would we not take this funding to relieve the ratepayer burden in trying to deliver these projects that our community has asked us for? Short and sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there further statements? Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I also see that the problem, like it's very eloquently put, the case put forward by Councillor De La Woodcock. However, I see the logical flow slides off the side on the key point of connecting, providing a link of causation between accepting the money and implicitly approving of the Three Waters reforms as they are currently set out. I think we're all on common ground that the reform is needed. And I've stated previously, as far as this better off funding is concerned, that I treat it as a bribe, but maybe that's not quite correct in terms of dictionary or legal definitions, but maybe it could be likened more to KY gel instead. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Weddy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I listened to councillor Delavaris Woodcock's notice of motion, and I felt that there were linkages there that were quite clearly defined in the notice of motion, which I didn't see supported in a lot of the other information that council had presented to it over the last few months. And that one of the central linkages that I've noted is the linkage between accepting this better off package and the fact that it automatically means we'll accept the free waters as it's been currently proposed. Like, I'd make no mistake about it, I'm totally opposed to three waters in its current format, and I agree with other councillors that we've had a significant number of our ratepayers also advising us that they're against the three waters in its current format. However, this particular payment of $16 million as a better off package, we have quite clearly asked and had it repeated several times and clarified by DIA that in accepting it, it does not imply we cannot oppose three waters. Now, we've got to go with what we've been advised by basically the Crown. As Councillor Delavaris Woodcock has already said, the Crown has sovereign rights and trumps district councils or members of the government. They have given us, nationwide on 2 occasions to my knowledge, quite clear statement that this acceptance of this money does not in any way gag this council from opposing three waters. As Councillor Wilson Collins has said, there are a number of other councils who are also in our position opposing three waters, but they're also getting the money under the better off funding package. Most of us, when we sought election onto council, campaigned on undertaking more prudent financial management for the district. Everyone who lives in Kaipara district will appreciate the significance of prudent financial management from where we were 5 or 6 years ago. I would raise the point that in fact it is prudent financial management, as long as we are sure that we're not being gagged and can still take a very firm stand against three waters. It is prudent management to actually accept the $16 million. It's not a bribe, it's been illegally defined. It also gives council the ability to provide assets which the community has already advised us through consultation that it requires and wants. It means that we can provide those assets without having to go and debt fund them or pass the direct cost onto the ratepayer. So that is prudent financial management in my opinion. So while I am totally opposed to its present format of three waters, I do believe it is prudent financially for this council to accept the $16 million better off package. And as long as we've got those assurances from the DIA, I believe that we have enough information ahead of us, legal opinions, to make that decision with confidence.
Thank you. Further statements? Councillor Joyce Pucky.
Okay, it's really brief. What I heard from Councillor Victoria Delavaris Woodcock this morning was to go out and consult. So we've shifted from consulting to accepting. I don't know why that is.
Sure.
So this is about taking her motion out to consult with the community, which we do on a daily basis, and that's where I believe you're getting your feedback from. My feedback is contrary, some of it, but I would like to move this forward because we have done consultation. There is so much information out there right now around this very topic. More than anything else, if I'm honest, that this has become a sticking point for everyone. I'm thankful for the conversation, but I'm ready to move forward with my decision. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wills, would you like to make a statement?
No,
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
thank you.
A brief statement from me here. Thank you. Kaipara District Council is one of the 31 councils of New Zealand, which has officially banded together to propose the three waters and seek reforms and seek a better solution. Those communities for local democracy councils are taking up the Better Off funding package. They're not denying this package, and they're not denying the transition funding, and they're all following what it says on the packet, if you like, which is to follow the instructions that DIA has provided regarding the application for these funds. Now, our teams inside Kaipara District Council have done that work with us, and they have done that very, very diligently. And that's included, and I'm going to use the word here, engagement, which is a form of consultation, but engagement with our iwi, which they were obliged to do because that's what it says in the instructions for the funds here, is that council is to consult and engage with the iwi regarding the application of the Better Off funding package and what to do and how to employ those funds. Those things were decided by government, not by the council. And the process that we are in is all defined by government, not by the council. Important parts of what we can control include that the notion of the libraries has been consulted upon. The notion of whether we give to the ratepayers of Kaipara District Council a $422,000 bill for the transition that the government is proposing has not been consulted upon, because we know what the ratepayers of Kaipara District would say, and I'm coming back here to Councillor Weddy's perspective here regarding prudent financial management. Central government has said this transition is coming, and we will help you through that, Kaipara District Council. And there are many, many other sources of grants and money which Kaipara District Council takes up from central government, for which it never goes and consults the community. So this work is not exceptional in that space. What is exceptional in this space is that there is a short deadline for this, for the 30th of September, after which the offer's off the table. The funding application must be made by the 30th of September for the $16 million. Now, we've already established here very clearly that the money is not about compensation for anything. We've also established here that it's not about bribery. And we have a real challenge before us with the notion of consulting with the community, which is at the core of Councillor De La Woodcock's notice of motion. Now, I applaud you, Councillor De La Woodcock, for your passion and commitment to the cause here regarding your approach to the Three Waters reform. Many of us are exhibiting our approach to the Three Waters reforms in very many varied and different ways. All right, and you're doing yours here, and that is acknowledged. Thank you for that. For myself, you're all aware that I'm seeking other approaches as well. The important point here is that the notion of consulting with the community on the subject of the libraries itself, they've already been extensively consulted upon. The notions of what central government is doing denies us so many opportunities here. Thank you. Mr. Maris.
Right of reply.
Notice of motion. Is there a right of reply? There is a right of reply. Thank you.
On the 29th of June in Mangawhai, we had presented to this council, and the gallery was full of constituents, of citizens. A survey put to the Kaipara district community, asking them what they thought, should we take any so-called better off funding packages? Should we take the bribes? 96% of those people said no. Let us be clear here today. We are deciding whether to consult with the community. As Councillor Larson pointed out, we have time. And we are not talking to them about libraries. The question we will be asking them, do you agree with this better off funding package, which is part of a range of reforms which amount to the control and ownership of water. Water is life. Communities for Local Democracy Councils that you mentioned presented to the Select Committee that the long-term plans of the councils around New Zealand have committed investment of $97 billion for Three Waters infrastructure. The propaganda and lies that this reform is premised upon put the figure of 120 billion that was needed to upgrade and renew our ageing Three Waters infrastructure. So this reform, I'm going to use the word fraudulent. And this decision today is not whether or not to accept the $16 million bribe, but to ask the community whether they think that we should use our voice as their political leaders once they have given us their opinion, as well referred to the term participatory democracy, participatory citizenship. And so in my recent presentation to the Select Committee on the Water Services Entities Bill, I argued that the proposed Three Waters reform strikes at the very heart of democracy because the co-governance undermines the principle of one person, one vote, as well as undermining principles of ownership and property law. Democracy's principles of equality before the law and of participatory citizenship date back to 500 years before the Common Era in Athens. Our New Zealand law system dates back to the Magna Carta of 1215. The point I make is that Kaipara District Council's decisions are an enactment of democracy. We are bound by statutory responsibilities and by principles of law. We must carefully consider whether our decisions support democracy or undermine it. Thank you.
Thank you. Right.
Clarification, Mr. Mayor, is it possible to raise a point of order during a closing statement?
Mr. Maris, that's an interesting point. I don't think it is.
Through you, your worship, I will have to check on that. I note that you didn't.
But you didn't at the time. You didn't at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And the statement has concluded.
Time has now passed, but the situation may arise again in the future. I'd like to know.
Okay, thank you. There's an opportunity for you to read the standing orders of.
I have it in front of me, but.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Once you've found that section, please enlighten us all. Thank you.
Through your worship, I can. It's 25.4. A member may not raise a point of order during a division. Sorry.
It's during a division. Yep. Thank you.
You can do that.
Yes. Thank you. Okay. So statements have been heard. Thank you. And thank you, Councillor De Lavaris, for your closing statement now. So we're going to go, Mr.
Lavaris Woodcock, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock. So Mr. Maris, we're going to go to a division for this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Through your worship, so the motion is on the screen for you elected members. Councillor Curnow.
Against.
Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
For.
Councillor Joyce Parkey.
Against.
Councillor Larson. For. Councillor Vincent.
Against.
Councillor Worthy.
Against.
Councillor Wills.
Against.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
Against.
Your worship.
Against.
Worship, the notice of motion has failed.
The notice of motion has failed. Thank you. Thank you. Right, so we'll move on now to our next item of business for today, which is decision number 5.1, which is a Code of Conduct Independent Investigation Report. So for this item, the Chief Executive, Louise Miller, is going to be joining us by telephone,
Through you, your worship.
I believe.
Gavin, do you mind just taking the screen down for this one, please? And Louise is on telephone, I understand, your worship.
Yes.
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora, Louise. Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
So,
Louise.
thank you,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor. So, through the chair, I've probably got little to add other than obviously this matter came about, as you'll see from the summary report, following 2 complaints from staff members. We followed due process. I had a discussion with the mayor and it was decided to appoint an independent investigator from our independent investigators list. And this is the report, his summary report that you see before you with his recommendations. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, we're going to go to, I have some questions for Louise at this point. Do we go to Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock now?
Through you, your worship. So if you want to clarify the process and ask those sort of questions, you may have the Chief Executive now. Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So thank you. So yeah. So what we'll do is the questions around the process here and in the content of what we, not the content, sorry, of what we're talking about, but the meaning behind what's happening here. And then we'll be going to Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock for a statement. And then there'll be a further opportunity for questions and answers here as well as we move on through this process for this, and then we head towards the recommendation. Thank you. And they will be sought after Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock's statement. So, but I have a...
Mr. Mayor, does that be moved to the table?
So it's not being so yet. Yeah, thank you. So I just outlined that it will be. Yeah, thank you. So just at this point, a question for Chief Executive Louise Miller. We have an extraordinary sort of situation here, and for the council that we are considering here with this decision. And we're aware that two staff have brought this matter forward. What sort of steps, if you like, are being taken or can be taken by your office to help to ensure the safety of the staff and council's reputation as a good employer in this process that we're in right now and going forward?
Kia ora. So I guess the first step is to obviously follow our code of conduct, which is what's happening today, and pending the recommendations from council, we'll obviously undertake those as they may reflect either future induction or for staff. And we provide support and guidance for staff involved, and that will really be led by the staff's expectations and concerns. So it really is on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right, at this point, we'll go to Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, who has the opportunity to speak to the report and to the recommendations which are here. Thank you.
I have no comment to make, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So at this point, elected members, there's an opportunity for questions and answers from elected members of Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock at this point in the proceedings. Thank you. There are no questions. Okay.
Just one question for clarification, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly.
I've got to address it to the member. Do you accept the validity of the and accuracy of the report that's been provided?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? No further questions? All right. Okay, thank you. There's an opportunity, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, you may leave the room now. I'm aware that in other councils where an elected member is the respondent in a code of conduct complaint, that elected member may choose to, and often chooses to, leave the room. You're welcome to leave the room. You're also welcome to stay if you choose to do so, but that's entirely up to you. The opportunity is now for you to exit if you choose.
I choose to stay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Okay. So at this point, we now come to what's in the papers before us here with a set of recommendations here.
A motion?
Sorry, yes. So I am moving the recommendations as written, and I'm seeking a seconder for that. Councillor Vincent, thank you. So that is onto the table at this point, right? So at this point, elected members, are there any further questions of the Chief Executive regarding this Code of Conduct report? The process that we're in. Councillor Wills.
Louise, sorry. How much weighting was given to the fact that the photos were put up there that identify the two staff as opposed to, say, a general comment on this matter?
Kia ora.
Because there's two aspects to this complaint as far as I'm concerned. One is regarding the two individual staff and one is regarding our council's reputation.
Kia ora. I'm afraid, Councillor Wills, I can't answer that. The investigation was done by an independent investigator who did a full and thorough investigation and interviews. So I'm afraid I can't answer whether one was given more weighting than another.
Okay, am I correct that this is the first code of conduct since I've been a councillor? That's correct, no?
Through the chair, this is the first code of conduct which has come through to council as material.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for clarification? I have a question, Mr. Marrison. It's about the broader context, if you like. The timing of this and the moment that council is in, how common, with your long experience in governance from several councils across New Zealand, how common is it for there to be a code of conduct complaint brought by staff against an elected member in the pre-election period, where the report lands in the pre-election period, and where that respondent is also campaigning to be the mayor? How common is that?
Through your worship, so I haven't come across this before.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions? All right, thank you. Right. This item and this code of conduct complaint is viewed very gravely by me because this is brought by staff against an elected member. Most of the time we think of code of conduct being about, I'm going to call it playground fights between and among elected members. Yeah. In this case, this is actually about council as a good employer and the damage being done here, perceived to be being done to staff of the council, to the point where their only recourse is actually to come back to the entire system of the council through our code of conduct. When we signed off the code of conduct as an instruction manual, I would never have imagined that we would have a situation such as this where staff would be coming back. So I view this very gravely. For me, the work of the investigator is very clear, and that it's a sad situation that we have here, but nevertheless that there are directions for the council which are in the investigator's report for the pathway forward here and how this should be responded to. The matter of a council which is trusted and building our trustworthiness is absolutely central to what this current council believes in. A decade ago, trust in Kaipara District Council was very, very badly damaged regarding the matters of the Mangawhai wastewater system, and we'll call it eco-care from back then, and the damage that was done to trust in council. Kaipara District Council has been making great improvements and great strides since that time to be a trusted council and to earn the trust of our community by being a good employer to our staff and by doing what we say we're going to do and following through on the promises and commitments that we make to and with our communities, on behalf of our communities where we live, and also where our staff live and where they work. And so this particular code of conduct complaint comes right into the heart of that matter of trustworthiness and a trusted council. And I'm very sad if this matter diminishes the trust in Kaipara District Council in any way, shape or form. And at this point, thank you, we're going to go to the seconder here, who is Councillor Vincent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This matter has cost me a bit of sleep over the last week or so, and it's deeply concerning, but I've written down my thoughts reasonably concisely here. Because it's a staff matter and Mr. Maris is the shield bearer for the staff, I'll direct my comments to him as well as to the elected member in the room. It grieves me that we should be having to address this matter as we approach the end of this term of council. As a good employer, as a PCBU under health and safety legislation, we have an obligation to provide a safe workplace for the people employed here. That covenant has been broken by the member by publishing a false statement about 2 staff. As we have a collective responsibility for what we do as a council, I feel partly responsible for this. I wish to sincerely apologise to the staff concerned. And I can say as a former council employee myself, who did on occasion have unfair statements directed at him by an elected member. So I know how it must feel. I want those staff to know that they are greatly appreciated and admired for the work they do, and that they should not judge us by this transgression alone, but how we act from now on into the future. I understand that those staff would be quite within their rights to raise a personal grievance against their employer for not adequately protecting them from such attacks on their character, and that if they consider they could no longer work here, then a case for constructive dismissal could be mounted. The cost of resolving this, of course, would inevitably fall to our ratepayers, whose interests we are supposed to represent. I find it quite mind-blowing that the item was posted after the member had inquired of the general manager engaged in a transformation whether staff had edited the recording of the meeting proceedings, having received a reply in the negative. I think that manager deserves an apology as well. Everybody makes mistakes, including me, but it's not compulsory for us all to make the same mistakes. And I see some lessons in this for all of us. Firstly, let's just treat others how we'd like to be treated ourselves. Secondly, remember there are 3 fingers pointing back at you for the one you point at someone else. And thirdly, beware the dangers of social media where things can get out of control very quickly, especially if negative statements are made. That's my statement. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there further statements? Councillor Curnow.
I also find myself deeply disappointed that we're in this position. Council's governing body has a duty of care to our staff, a duty to ensure that this is a safe place to work. On this occasion, this has failed. We have not made that happen. Staff have very little opportunity to defend themselves against unfair treatment by elected members. In fact, the only opportunity they have to defend themselves is a code of conduct investigation. And this makes it clear that there is a power imbalance, and it makes it incumbent on all of us around this table to be aware of that and to ensure that our behaviour reflects that power imbalance and ensures that we keep a safe place for our staff to work. I want to thank the staff concerned for raising this, because it is important that elected members are reminded of our obligation to make this place safe. And I note that the process is going to include an apology, and I'm so glad to hear that. But I trust, as an outgoing elected member, that the future council will be really cognizant of this responsibility to create a safe place for people to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements? Councillor Whitty, then Councillor Joyce Paki.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, look, I endorse the comments being made. This is a sad thing at the end of the term to have this on our agenda. And I just want to make a point that more often than not, we look at a lot of social media posts that come in from the community. And how often do we see that those posts are based on an opinion which is not supported by fact? And when I read the investigator's report here, it appears that an elected member has made the same mistake, not verifying the real facts, but going out on a post in social media. And I think it is very much a lesson for us all to learn. We can be very critical when we see it being made out in the public domain from the community posting things that are not supported by factual evidence. We should not make the same mistake around this table, and particularly when it is directed at staff. So I think there's very much a lesson for us all here.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce Paki, then Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to echo the sentiment that's in the room from other elected members. I thank you, Councillor Vincent. There was a lovely, well thought and scripted message that you sent this morning. I also want to thank the two staff involved for having that courage to come forward, because that's not easy. That actually spotlights things. So they were put on the spotlight twice, and there's a really harsh lesson in there for them. And I worry about their reputations more than I worry about ours as council. Reading that report, I found it pretty hard to stomach that I've found them nothing but professional. I just wanted to say again, thank you to them for coming forward, putting it in writing, for encouraging us to be openly aware of what it is, and we can all learn and move forward from this. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Wills.
Can I ask your patience, Mr. Mayor, to ask a question?
So statements.
Can I ask a question, please? Something's come up through this conversation which I think is relevant, and please.
Well, you're in statements, but ask a question if you will.
Is Louise still online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, David here. My question, Louise, is that we've focused on the recommendations of this independent review. How do I put this in a way that can be, how have the staff, even though we as a council are going to look at whether we accept the recommendation of the apology, is this an end for the staff involved? There's two parts to this, one our reputational integrity and one the actual impact on the two staff concerned. We haven't actually addressed that in this conversation, in this meeting to date. So I'm going to ask you with care if the two staff are likely to accept this as sufficient recognition of the impact that's had on them.
Kia ora. I'll try my best to answer that. I believe the staff believe in the code of conduct and in due process. And the first step for them is to obtain the outcome from the code of conduct, which is the paper you have before you. I think at this stage, they want to see the outcome from today's conversation and the direction from council, and then they will obviously make their decisions based on that and seek any other support internally as required. But it's not really possible to say how they feel, because they're both, as I say, strong believers in due process. And so we need to get through this next step for them to be able to move on. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's important that we possibly overlooked the impact on those two staff when we were focused on our council's outcome on this. I don't want to be disrespectful, and that's why it's important, because regardless of our decision today, which is whether we support the recommendation or not, there's still the potential for us for them to seek further redress, which is completely their right to do so. So my statement is that, and I'm not going to sit here just to bag another councillor for something that's happened. We have to be very careful because it's very difficult for those outside the council organisation to understand the imbalance of power. It's a really old-fashioned setup then in a council. The staff have to address you as councillor or your worship or Mr Mayor. They can't call you by your first name. You don't have a beer with them afterwards, like in a normal corporate environment that I've come from. So it's very important that the public understands that this is one of the few ways of redressing that imbalance of power. And though it may look like it's the apology itself is as far as we can go in legal terms to get a redress of that imbalance. And I think it's important that's what I'm trying to say here is that this is as far as we can go, but in the corporate world, this will be seen as a slap with a wet bus ticket. But in this environment, this is the harshest penalty that can be applied for this circumstance. And like the rest of the councillors here, I would like to apologise to those two staff because I've actually enjoyed their professionalism and their roles that they play. Thank you.
Thank you. Further statements, councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to echo comments that have already been made, and they are that I have also found the two staff to be extremely professional and competent and responsive to us, and I really appreciate that excellent service that they've provided to us in governance. And I also concur with the point raised by Councillor Wills. I want to make sure that the outcome from this process meets the satisfaction of those two staff members, and that if there is any other support or conclusion that can be provided, that we should do everything we can to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think everyone has said everything in a very clear and concise way, with a lot of grace. And I today don't have that grace, so I'm not going to make much of a statement. But I do also want to thank the two staff for their work and agree that I have had nothing but professional dealings with them. And I'm very sad, and some other emotions that I'll keep to myself, what's actually transpired here. We have all learned a lesson, which I guess is quite serendipitous at the end of an election period, while we have a lot of people paying attention to what we are doing. And we have people campaigning to join this council who have probably also learnt about how the processes work. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So, closing statement from me. We have a clear set of recommendations here before us, which are on the screen now. Echoing the comments that we've heard around this table, around trust and being a trusted employer, brings our focus to as we've heard here, the courage of the two staff who have brought forward this complaint inside what is a clear power imbalance of what councils represent. That their courage and professionalism in the way they've behaved and conducted themselves with this code of conduct investigation and with leading into this, and the hurt that they have had is very plainly identified by the investigation which has taken place. As I say, I'm very sad and disappointed at this moment, and but my sadness or disappointment is significantly diminished by what the two complainants must feel. And I support them, and I support Louise Miller as the Chief Executive of the Council in the difficult place of bringing this matter forward to the full council for the discussion and the decision that we're about to make. So, like I say, it's with a very, very heavy heart that I bring this matter to a vote now. And Mr. Maris, this will be by division, and Councillor Delavaris Woodcock will not be able to vote due to the conflict. Thank you.
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor Joyce Paki.
For.
Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Worthy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Or
Your Worship.
For.
Your Worship is carried unanimously.
Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maris. Thank you. At this point, the investigators' recommendations have been agreed by the council, and so it is my responsibility to ask Councillor Delavaris Woodcock to make her apology to the council at this point, but noting, of course, that the names of the two people who have brought forward the code of conduct complaint, of course, not to be mentioned. Thank you.
I apologise to the complainants for any harm, upset or inconvenience that they may have experienced due to the genuine error in the Facebook post I made on the 30th of June and corrected on the 19th of July in response to being made aware of the complaint. I apologise to the elected members for any harm, upset or inconvenience that they may have experienced due to the genuine error in the Facebook post I made on the 30th of June and corrected on the 19th of July in response to being made aware of the complaint.
Thank you. At this point, the item is fully concluded and the apology has been provided. At this point, at 9 minutes past 11, we shall adjourn the meeting for a 10-minute break. Thank you. We'll resume at 20 past 11 with item number 5.2. Thank you.
Okay, if I stay here to present the item.
Kia ora, welcome back everyone. Welcome back to Kaipara District Council's Ordinary Council meeting. We're at item number 5.2, the Better Off Funding Package application. This item has, and aspects of this item have already been discussed earlier in the agenda in a different formats entirely. But here we are at item number 5.2 with a recommendation on page 49 of the agenda, which is very clear regarding the Better Off Funding Package.
I'd be happy to move it, but I did wonder whether we could maybe add one more point to it. And that is that we note that the funding is in two tranches and tranche one is for the design and scoping. Just for clarity.
Clarity?
How does it?
Sorry, so we haven't put it on the table yet,
Okay.
but if you're moving this.
Move it with that.
That.
So
And you have those exact words, please.
point F notes that the funding will be provided in two tranches and that tranche one funding will be directed to design and scoping. Sorry, I'll say that again. Notes that the funding will be provided in two tranches and that tranche one funding will be directed to design and scoping of the project. Will be directed to design and scoping of the project. To design and scoping of the project. And scoping, sorry, Gavin, I'm going too fast, of the project. Just for clarity. So I'm happy to move that.
Thank you. So a seconder for this, Councillor Joyce Paki. Thank you. So it's onto the table for us for today, and leading this item, Mr. Maris. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. So we have presented to the April and May council briefings regarding the funding package, Better Off Funding Package, including the possibilities for use of this funding. Direction provided by council at the April briefing was to progress the library community hub option, one in Magawhai and one in Dargaville, liaise with that iwi and bring back to council for a decision. That's the direction we've been enacting. Council at the time was quite cognizant of the fact that, as you've mentioned today, that the libraries were provided in the LTP and consulted on with the community. And you were also very cognizant of the fact through the discussion about using the funding to provide something that provides longevity for the community and reduces cost to the community. Since the briefing, staff have liaised with Te Wairoa and Te Uriaho as required, and we've gone through quite an extensive engagement process with both our iwi, and in fact we have discussed their governance. Both Te Wairoa and Te Uriaho have confirmed their support for the libraries and the community hub options. There's quite a bit of information in the report for you about the actual draft proposal and the funding elements to it. The information is quite high level as we have been doing this investigative work with no additional funding or resource. So there is a lot of work that needs to go once we have the funding, assuming you agree to it today, to go and work through this project. We've also been liaising with our DIA relationship manager, who's confirmed that the libraries and the community hub option fulfills the criteria of the funding itself. So key points. Funding already allocated to these projects in the LTP must be used. So that's been included in the funding side of things. They are draft figures only. We need to set up the project once funding is confirmed to do the scope design and that sort of work. We have been asked by DIA to provide a 40% contingency because this is the early stage in the project and there are a lot of uncertainties in the construction sector at the moment. So the 40% contingency is a significant amount. It takes the amount of money up by quite a bit. Tranche one funding is 4.04 million and tranche two, 12.11 million. That is available from 2024, but it's not guaranteed. So with what you've moved, councillor Curnow, that signals to the community that is how we are looking at the project, which is let's get it into a inverted commas shovel-ready state, so that if tranche 2 doesn't eventuate, we've got a project ready to go, which is the problem. If you hark back 3 years ago, we didn't have a lot of shovel-ready projects ready to go for other funding initiatives. If you agree with this today, then the staff will then finalise the documentation required. It's all electronic. We're asking for the Mayor and CE to finalise the agreement, which is normal council business, and then we'll electronically submit the application through the DIA portal with Infrastructure Reference Group. That gives you kind of an overview. There's a couple of questions from councillors. So Councillor Vincent, he asked about table 2 on page 52 of the agenda. And you asked whether or not are they indicating total funds or the cost? A little bit of both, to be honest. We do, in the funding agreement, have to indicate what the funds are there and where the source would come from. It is our high-level estimated cost, and I mean high-level only. We haven't had the chance to have any consultant reports done or anything like that.
Where is the estimated cost?
So we're talking about table 2 on page.
Here, yeah.
So that is funding stream, but that is also cognizant of what we think the estimated cost could be at the very high level. Now, I want to stress again, Councillor Vincent, that work hasn't been done. We need to do the design work. We need to do the investigation. You also asked a question about the NRC building and the floor cost around that. So we have, through our property team, used recent builds like the NRC building to provide our high-level estimates. We've looked across it. I mean, that's slightly different in that it was a 2-storey building, so there's a higher cost to that. So we have looked at all of that. We're estimating construction costs of about 6,000 per square metre. Yeah. Councillor Wilson-Collins, you asked about the Te Matapihi performing arts spaces. So the way we're thinking about it at the moment is it's 1,000 square metres per building. That, for example, the library component of it will have wheels on the shelves. So it's a space that we can open up and use for that arts type functions, that sort of thing. There's also going to be meeting rooms for the community to be able to use in spaces to be able to be used as well. That's it. I think that's all the questions I received. Happy to answer any further questions or expand if required.
Thank you. Further questions, Councillor Withy.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Jason Damaris, one of the disadvantages in the option 1 that you've outlined, recommended, is that the public misconception that council supports the Three Waters referral, and we've discussed that ad nauseam earlier on in this meeting. Many times our communications or PR out to the community doesn't seem to get the traction we hope it would. Have you got any thoughts? Because this is a very, very important aspect. We don't want it to be misconceived. Have you thought of any strategy that will negate the wrong impression being made out in the community?
Yes, through your worship. So obviously we've got a comms manager in the room today. I'm very, very cognizant of the fact that not a meeting goes by without council letting us know we need to communicate these messages properly. We've got a strategy in place around how we can make sure that this explains and separates it from the actual Three Waters performance in some ways, because we are very clear this council as a collective have obviously not supported the reforms.
And the other question, thank you for that. The other question is, we've discussed at council at various times the need for a community hub here with a library. And the possibility is one option is that it would be built in conjunction with council offices and other things. If we go ahead and accept this and it's put in as a library for Mangawhai, and the money does come through, if at a later date the then council decides it's more financially prudent and better for the community and council to have a combined building. Is there a possibility that you would get a variation from the DIA to allow that to happen?
Through you, your worship, so variation, so I'll answer your question like this. And I've said it in the paper, future decision-making regarding the two options is and lies with council. DIA are very clear that the information they've asked for is high level. The project that we're providing and the information we're providing as part of that is high level. So to answer your question, we would go to DIA, or Infrastructure Reference Group, to say this is where we are now. It's just too high level at this point, and they're very cognizant of that.
Thank you, councillor Wills, and then councillor Curnow. Thank you.
Just a really quick question, page 2 of, second paragraph. It says there that, 12.1 million will be available in tranche 2, conditional on the Labour Party winning the general election. Is that how it's supposed to be worded, as opposed to the project continues? It's a reasonably straight up political statement.
I agree there, councillor Wills, through your worship. DIA provided that statement for me.
Really?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, the reason I'm raising this is that it's sort of, I don't want any suggestion of if we decide to proceed with this, it's almost an endorsement that this project is subject to the Labour Party getting back in at the next election, and that's outside the parameters of our role as local councillors.
Through you, it is through you, worship. It is outside the parameters. I think the reality is the tranche 1 funding is available right now. There's signalling that tranche 2 funding will be available, but it is dependent on the incoming central government election.
Which is not the same as how it's written though in this. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm just asking for clarification, because at this stage, if we approve this, we're almost supporting the re-election of the Labour government to ensure that we get the second tranche for these projects. I'm just bringing it up.
I think that shows the benefit of the amendment, councillor Curnow. Right.
Can I, Mr. Maris?
Sorry, so
my question is, sorry,
so
the question is, does our support of this, as it's worded, suggest a political support for one party over another?
Through your worship, no.
But it's still in the presentation, and it could be
in the report
by the public.
and the recommendation.
thank you, councillor Curnow.
Yeah, I was just interested, obviously with a project like this, as we go, if we decide to do this and we go into the design and scoping it, could you talk a little bit about how the community will be involved in that process?
Yeah, so for you, worship, we've got to set up a project team once we have the funding to enable this to occur and provide some resource for that. There will need to be a significant engagement process with our community on things like location, for example, all of the sort of design features. But there is a strong component here and desire from iwi to be very involved in the design side of things and to reflect our Māori principles in the design. So there's a considerable amount of work that we need to do in that space as well. So further than that, we haven't quite got to that yet. But I suppose I want to reassure you that there's a commitment from our staff and us to engage with our community to make sure we're actually building the right thing for what the community wants and how it looks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, councillor Wilson-Collins, then councillor De La Woodcock.
Just for clarification, kind of around that, that question there, we had been discussing the need to set up not for us, but for the community to set up a trust. So is that now no longer a requirement because we're able to access the funding?
Yeah, so through you, that was part of the decision at the LTP.
Yeah.
And, since then, things have moved on rapidly on. We didn't know about the $16.14 million at that point. So if you decide today that is how we apply for that funding, then it doesn't preclude the need for a trust in the governance space later on, but it does allow us to build now and not set up a trust to try and get the
access the funding.
So in effect, it fast forwards it. The future council will need to make decisions about how the governance of the library happens and if that may be adjusted.
Right.
That's future.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor De La Woodcock. Question.
So the $4 million for tranche 1 Would that include, or I'll put my question differently. How are we going to secure the land on which these two proposed buildings will sit? And is that to be used, either of the funding tranches to be used for land purchase?
So at the moment, to ensure that we could get it to a reasonable outlay without going into too much detail, we have assumed council land.
Council land.
For both.
Without consulting. Can we know which council land?
We haven't gone to that point. So the next stages will be engaging with the community about location, like I said before, and what it would look like and that sort of thing. So there's a lot more work to do. This is initially just to allow us as staff to make this application, to get the funding, and then start doing that work.
Okay, and Mr. Maris, another question. $4 million, if it's directed to design and scoping the project, does that mean that the full amount can be spent merely on design and scoping?
So we've got feasibility, concept design, develop design, project documentation, consultation and engagement. We're going to set the project up in a way that there is a hard cutoff with that funding. We want to get all of that completed so that we can have a shovel-ready project ready to go. And there's some contingency in that as well, as we're required to do.
And how will the tendering of the design process work?
So we haven't really gone into that detail yet. In our engagement with iwi, we made a commitment to iwi that we would incorporate Te Māori design principles. How the mechanics of how that will work, we'll need to work with our iwi and go through a process with that.
Thank you. And you answered one of the other members' questions and gave us a cost of $6,000 per square metre of the NRC build as a recent example to understand market costs. Can you please tell me how many square metres the 2 floors of the NRC represents?
So can I just clarify? The NRC build was 1,400 square metres.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that is roughly 7,800 per square metre. Because that's a double-storey building, the costs are quite a bit higher. We're estimating $6,000 per square metre at this stage.
Is there any consideration being given, seeing as the Northern Wairoa Hall, which is currently where we hold our council meetings, is planned to be demolished, for these projects to have within the scope a chambers or a meeting place so that council can continue to operate as a council with meetings and briefings?
So we're working with our property team around how the council will continue to operate once we get into the demolition part of the annex, I suppose, to the town hall. The committee meeting room itself is going to remain. It won't be demolished. But during a period of construction, I doubt we'll be able to use that. So we're going to look at other facilities to be able to hold council meetings in Dargaville once that demolition starts. You raise an interesting point about the location in Dargaville. That would be a sensible location to put a library/community hub and then tie that up to the construction and the remediation required. But that's obviously future.
So
But those are future decisions.
Correct.
Beyond the scope of what's before us for today.
Correct.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so just coming back to the point that Councillor Wells was making, in essence, all this is before us is $4 million for the scoping and design. And in the event that the Labor government are re-elected, then they would proceed with the extra $12 million. And if they weren't re-elected, then we don't know what would happen, whether another government would pay the $12 million or whether we would just have a design and procurement process of $4 million that may be scrapped or have to be, the rest have to be funded some other way. Is that where we're at?
So that's pretty much the summary of where we're at. What I would say is that you have allocated some funding in the LTP for this as work that we need to be cognizant of, and it's included already in the budget. It's a little bit trying to see the future in some ways. There's no guarantees. I suppose the point is there are no guarantees to tranche 2 funding. That it is there at the moment, but it's not guaranteed. So we're very cognizant of that, and we'll make sure that we have a shovel-ready project to go for other opportunities as well. And I'll give you, if you don't mind, I'll give you an example. At that point in the future, we may, as a council, with the incoming council, decide to put the trust option back on that table and then say, we've got a shovel-ready project here, let's set up the trust to then go and seek funding to contribute to it, because it's a shovel-ready project and we've done all the work for it. So there are options at that point.
Have central government given any indication why they're not committing to the $12 million prior to the election? I mean,
I think that's obviously dependent on the election. If they're there, they're there. If they're not, they're not. They lose control.
But they haven't given any indication why they're not committing to the money prior to the election. They're wanting to push ahead with it. It's the twist in the tail. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Councillor De La Vara-Wilcock?
Yes, so the expenditure of the 4 million, one can assume that once the decision is made, that is a decision that falls for it, that a certain amount of expenditure will occur and that there is still risk associated with the full funding. And is it correct to state that the expenditure of taxpayers' money for a project where the full funding may not come to fruition means that that expenditure could be seen to be wasteful, because we've got conjecture about trusts and where we're going to find the $12 million, which may be a lot more, depending on the community's decision about where the library should be placed.
So my opinion on that is, this is why we're setting the project up as we've set it up, to enable the two distinct pieces of funding to be separated in the project, to protect council from the risk of that. So first round of funding is allocated to what is allocated in the report, like I've been saying, and the second amount of funding is about the construction and the build.
But so, okay, so if I give an analogy, if we look at the proposed cycleway over Auckland Harbour Bridge, that whole business case and feasibility and scoping and design, when the full funding was drawn, $53 million of taxpayers' money was wasted. And so could this also be a situation where up to $4 million is expended on a project that does not come to fruition because there is political risk involved?
So through you, Your Worship, so there's a lot of future decision making to be made here by the council in this space. So
both of the items are already in our long-term plan.
Yeah.
Have been consulted upon as going to be being worked upon. So it's not like a political project such as the Auckland Harbour Bridge crossing.
We have the library.
In that sense.
So,
sorry, I'm mindful of time and we need to share the questions around. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Would it be fair to say that the structuring of it is akin to the funding of stage 2 of the Poto Seal Extension project, where we will have, I think we have now got the actual detailed design already on the shelf, ready to go, should funding appear at a later stage. And that's what we could be guaranteed to have as a result of it. oh, sure as I hope so, with $4 million, that we'd have something that you could start putting a spade in the ground into that process.
A very fair comparison.
Yep, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No, right, thank you. We'll go to councillor Curnow for opening.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this because I'm taken back to 10 or more years ago when I was working at council in Mr Maris's role, but without the team. And one of the key issues that we faced was that the library in Dargaville was considered unsafe. So we had staff there working in an unsafe place. We were unable to provide the right resources for the community in terms of spacing between shelving and spacing for digital services. Staff have worked hard to try and get the best out of that building, but they're still in that building, still struggling to deliver anything like an adequate library service to our community. And the library strategy has confirmed that we are still, I can't remember the exact percentage, but we're somewhere, very less than 50% of what other communities have in their library facilities, and that's in Dargaville. And now Mangawhai is the same size as Dargaville, and we have an even smaller facility, even more cramped facility over here. So this is a really serious need for our communities. And unfortunately, I think the word library isn't always helpful, because when you say the word library, people think, well, we don't even need books. We've got digital books. Why do we want a room full of books? But to those who do visit libraries in other places, not our libraries, but other places as well, libraries are much more than that now. They are kind of cultural hubs. They have meeting rooms and they have books. They have digital facilities. They have spaces for activity groups to meet and get underway. They even sometimes have performing arts facilities attached to them and flexible spaces that you can move the shelving around, you can move the walls between rooms around, so that it becomes a really important resource for the community. And we don't have that here in either of our big towns, and Mangawhai is continuing to grow at a huge rate, and we're just not providing that service. This is a way of us getting a head start on a project that's already in the LTP with a lot of head scratching around how exactly are we going to afford to deliver this. We know we want to, and we've got some money in there for some scoping work and stuff, but we don't really have any idea how we would actually afford to do this, given our ratepayer base and the profile of our ratepayers. These are not, we're not talking people who we can triple the rates to do this kind of thing. So, so to be given the opportunity to get a head start and get something designed and shovel ready, guaranteed, with the promise, albeit depending on what happens in the next election, of another big chunk of money to actually help build this, it seems like a real no-brainer to me that we would do this. Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Joyce Paki.
Thank you, Your Worship. I fully support what Deputy Mayor Curnow just said. This is a win, and our libraries are in desperate need of an overhaul. So I'm excited at the potential that this has to create a hub. And I love where you went with the libraries, because it's a name that should be left somewhere in the past. And we're talking about bumping spaces, places where people can go and bump into each other, have a coffee, have somewhere to go. And we don't have that in Dargaville. The closest thing we've got is a cafe. So something of this size that has the ability to touch different generations, I think is a great thing. So I love where the investment will go. Know that there is risk around where the rest of the funding, but everything we do has risk. So I'm not risk adverse to saying, yes, let's take this first round of tranche money and invest it wisely into scoping it. Because we can't guarantee what will happen next month, let alone in 2024. So I'm delighted at the piece of work that's potentially going to land here and where we can take our communities with us in this new exploration of what could be something similar to what Whangarei has, Kerikeri has, and Kaitaia have. We just don't have anything in comparison, so I'm excited. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for further statements. Councillor De La Villiers-Woodcock.
Yes, well, I'm a library user. I wonder how many of the elected members there are. Government is desperate. Not 1 cent of the $16 million is going to be spent on the Te Koporu wastewater treatment plant, which is flood prone by the Northern Wairoa River. A government that wants healthy waterways. Whangawhai wastewater scheme is at capacity. The Brown Road effluent pond frequently overtips and discharges the stored effluent into the freshwater environment. We have heard at this table today that one councillor is very concerned that Dargaville wastewater is at capacity, that residents are having raw sewage flowing over their streets. Not 1 cent of the $16 million is going to be spent to rectify these urgent problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
I wonder why there's a reform. I am excited about this project as a library user. I think I've said most of what I needed to say actually in an item earlier this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further statements? Councillor Larson.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, look, it's amazing to see money come to the community that you couldn't otherwise get. I do have some reservations around the way that the money's being presented to us, in that it's not 16 million, it's 4 million, and if the Labor government get re-elected, it's another 12 million. So we could go through a process of raising a whole lot of community expectation around this. It then becomes contingent on political leverage at the next election, which I don't like the taste of that. I fully support the fact that council has gone out and consulted with iwi, and that is important. I also firmly believe that council should be consulting with all ratepayers and residents of all ethnicities about this matter before we proceed with it. So, great to have the money. However, I think we should be talking to our community first, and we do have time to do that and could do that, because the matter isn't about whether the community want libraries or not, but the concern around accepting money from the Three Waters program, which has significant ramifications going forward, and we don't know what they may be yet. And I'd like to hear from the whole of the community before we do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to recall again, it's not for the first time in this meeting, the declaration that I signed, which was to faithfully and impartially and according to the best of my skill and judgment, execute and perform in the best interests of the Kaipara district, the various powers and duties under the legislation. And so what that leads me to do is that I will vote in favour of the motion with holding my fingers on my nose, because it stinks.
Thank you. Thank you. Further statements? Councillor Wills.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to add to the comments the councillor next to me. I don't like the political connotations of the $12 million being subject to the Labor government being elected. But as long as we make it clear that this process we're going through today is about the first 4 million. I'd like to hope that we get a hell of a lot out of 4 million bucks being spent, not just a bunch of fancy plans. Because our experience from the PGF funding, to put it bluntly, was pretty sad. And the fact that consultants came in here from as far away as Queenstown, designed projects for us, drew up plans, and then when we went to actually implement the plans, we couldn't afford to. And I'll give a classic example, Polo Wharf. Spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on that designs, and then couldn't even stick it where the consultants told us they should go. We had no comeback on them. So in supporting this, I hope we have a strong management process on how that $4 million is spent. And we have better have, I hope, that we have something more than just a set of drawings for that amount of money. There's some real logical places in Darwin in particular, including the fact that I don't think it was widely consulted on, but not fully understood by the community, how much of the existing council-owned buildings in Darwin are buggered. And have to be, basically the cheapest option is hope they fall down, so we don't actually have to pull them down, to be not being facetious, genuine. I mean, the quotes we've seen are in the millions of dollars. So, I mean, and the other thing is I would like personally to see a greater focus on them as community hubs as opposed to libraries. The library is one aspect of the construction, but that's up to further meetings and discussion. But I just personally, I am a user of the Wongarei Library. Just to clarify, I do read books. And but the Wongarei Library, as an example of something that includes a cafe, a reading space for the newspapers, opportunity for school kids to gather for education purposes, it's more than just a library as
Meeting rooms too.
previously defined. I hope that that's what's taken on board with the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I certainly believe that these assets are desperately needed in both sides of the district. We've heard about the inadequate facilities in Dargaville, and certainly we've got virtually hardly any facilities of this nature in Mangawhai. What I do hope, though, is that it is a genuine hub, as Councillor Wills has said. That is what we see in more modern council libraries that are around. We don't have to go very far down the road to Wellsford to see one that was put in a few years ago, which is poles apart from what we've got available within our district. But one of the things I also desperately hope that staff will actually make sure they don't close off any options to expand the nature of this project, particularly at Mangawhai, where we can actually incorporate any such community hub with better staffing facilities in terms of the office over in Mangawhai. I'm heartened that they have commented that their high-level costs take into account or assume that council land will be used, because I certainly would not be happy to seeing paying large, Mangawhai land prices to situate a council facility such as this. But I also would hope that we'd be able to make sure that we can maximise the cost effectiveness of any funding that we use to encourage a more conducive work environment for the staff that we have here in conjunction with the community hub. Then we're starting to see a very, very solid and far-sighted asset for the community at this side of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Quick comment from me. I applaud the notion of what's coming through from the members of the council here regarding what Professor Robert Putnam calls bridging social capital, which is about places where people come together. Bridging social capital, which is not bonding social capital, such as the bowling club, but bridging social capital where all parts of society can rub shoulders, as Councillor Joyce Paki said. And so the bridging social capital is something that capital deprived Kaipara District Council has not been able to do very well at in the past. And this great gift before us of this funding is significant at this point in time, because we have a library strategy that says, well, one day we'd like to build some of this. And we've got an LTP that says, yeah, one day soon we're going to start talking about this with the community. Here's an opportunity to actually go, okay, let's do this. and we'll get it rolling. So a great example of a project that was set up within Kaipara District Council and then shelved for 20 years. It's really significant to mention that this week is Poto Wharf. And Councillor Wills has already mentioned it, but I'll go back to 20 years ago when the first iteration of that came through with a $100,000 feasibility study grant by central government, which then the entire project got shelved, was loved by everybody. It got shelved because there was no money to build it. It is a perfect example of the decoupling that we talk to here, if you like, and the risk which council is stepping into, but with its eyes wide open regarding tranche 1 funding and tranche 2. I would say this, there's no guessing what any future government may do about the notion of tranche 2 in this. Any future government of any colour may say, gosh, those tranche 2 aspects of all of that is fabulous. Let's do that and make it even better, but not do other things. It is not up to this council to guess that at this point. One of the things that I would say, though, is I'll go back to the base documentation for this. I'd like to remind everybody that the money for the Better Off funding package comes entirely from entity A. This is cross-subsidisation at work for the first time in the proposed Three Waters reforms, because basically here, Auckland and Whangarei are paying for this $12 million.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, so that,
Mr. Mayor.
what is your point of order?
That is a misrepresentation because these entities have not yet been established.
Sorry.
Still a select committee process to go through. So please do not misrepresent conjecture and something that is proposed as reality and a fait accompli.
Sorry, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock, you're wrong there, because the money for the Better Off funding package is coming from entity A.
What is entity A? Where is it?
It is coming from entity A. It is in all of the documentation. That is the source for this funding. This is linked with my next point, so I will take you up on this, which is absolutely how cynical is this nonsense? And the cynical nonsense of the government to be putting this on the table for every council in New Zealand to be doing and resolving in the period, which is the pre-election period, with a deadline of the 30th of September, knowing that 1 week later, all of the voting papers of every good citizen of New Zealand who's voting in this local election are due to be back in for their participation in the election. How cynical is that? And I have raised that with central government about that point. Like, what are you doing putting this into this moment in the calendar? To which they went, what moment in the calendar? Because their agenda is very clear. So I come back to the points that I'm making here, which is for Kaipara District Council, this is an extraordinary capital opportunity, and the cross-subsidisation to our neighbouring councils from Auckland and Whangarei is gratefully received in what is proposed here with this Better Off funding package, which is in the program here. So notwithstanding how cynical I believe this to be, I also support this and for the improvement of the life of the people in Kaipara District. Thank you. Councillor Kerner.
I've got nothing to add. I think the discussion's been robust.
Thank you. We'll go to division, please, Ms Maris, for this vote.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Curnow. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Against.
Councillor Joyce Parky.
For.
Councillor Larson.
I don't really know how to vote.
Councillor Larson.
You just stick your hand up.
Why is that what you do?
It's where the KY gel fits, yeah.
Councillor Vincent, please.
I'm going to abstain from voting.
Councillor Vincent.
For,
Councillor Withy. Councillor Wills. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
For.
Your worship.
Four.
Your worship, that's carried with 1 against and 1 abstain.
Thank you, thank you.
Are you wondering if the sound system is
Thank you, that is carried, thank you.
the sound system?
And at this point, we may have lost something to do with the internet, Gavin Dawson, so we'll just adjourn for a moment while the technology is reconnected. Yes,
That looks like it.
normally. Yes, we're live again. Thank you, that was a clear decision, thank you. So at this point, we're going to move on to item number 5.3, the Three Waters Reform Transition Support Funding Package. And for this item, Annie Nama is presenting this item for us, taking questions. Thank you. I'm seeking, it's the recommendation on the screen, and I'm seeking a mover for that. Councillor Curnow, thank you, and a seconder here. Councillor Joyce Paki, thank you. Anen, kia ora.
Thank you. I think the paper was read. I just have a clarification or amendment on page 2. Halfway down the page where it says the specific activities and cost estimates. I actually removed the cost estimates because it's actually quite hard to articulate at this stage what the various splits will be, but the majority of the costs will be back supporting the staff in the backfill and just recovery of staff. Sorry.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Withy, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Alan, on that same page 2, you say the funds will be made available in 4 equal quarterly payments over 12 months. You don't actually say when that is proposed to start. Have you got any information that could lead?
Yeah, so we've got to sign up to it by the end of September, and they haven't actually made firm commitment in terms of when it starts. If we need the money earlier than the bill, which will be passed in December, then there'll be a provision for that funding to be made available.
So you're suggesting that council may actually be expending resources that would be costing us money prior to actually even knowing if the bill being passed, so that we're actually, if you like, financially exposed until that bill is passed?
No. So we will be recovered the cost, any costs that we will, once we sign the agreement, any costs that we incur relating to transition will be reimbursed.
Even if the bill wasn't passed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I have a question, Anen, on page 2 of your report, or page 84 of the agenda. Option 2, which is the status quo, do nothing. Yeah. So if council were to say no to this, we're not picking up the transition funding. You said here, no funds are available to support this within the KDC operational budgets. So when you're talking about this here, if you like, can you please just elaborate?
Sure.
Number one, what this looks like if we were to say no, and number 2, that cost, or is it greater or less than $422,000? Yeah.
So if we were to pass this paper today, then we wouldn't participate in any further transition activities up until the bill, which is in December. So at the moment, the NTU is requesting information from various councils. So we are supporting council up until the point where the bill gets enacted. If the paper wasn't passed or approved today, then we would cease to provide any information or participate in early transition activities. once the bill is enacted, then legally we'll be required to provide information. And it's those activities that I've outlined there that we will be asked to support. It's likely to be in that order of around $400,000 to $500,000 because it is a lot of information that will be needed to be provided. And a lot of that will be through our existing staff and we'll need to backfill to ensure business as usual continues for Kaipara District.
Thank you. So how would that fund shortfall, if you like, be met by the council in that scenario?
We would have to overspend on our current operational activity. There's no provision within our OPEX to support that. But we would be coming for unbudgeted expenditure in the new council for funding to support transition.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Curnow.
Just, as you said, if the decision is no here, then we will stop activities until December if the bill is enacted. What are the implications of stopping engagement or delaying engagement?
It just means that our information that we want to get into any future asset management plan, which is going to be determined before December, the first draft, there's a missed opportunity to get programs into that draft. And when I say programs, you know, we're talking about the Mangawhai scheme that's going to be discussed next week. There's, as you talked about, there's issues with arguable waste reform, but so we want to get all of those into the drafting. If we don't have that opportunity, then obviously there's an opportunity missed. It's likely to get picked up in the new year once the bill is enacted. But my preference is that we have that included in the first draft, which would be this calendar year.
So there could be consequences for the delivery of services under the new ST in this area.
Yeah, I'd like to get as much information in terms of our future funding requirements into the first draft of the SAM, which is this calendar year, so that it's on the table and it's visible, and then we can reiterate as we get more information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Larson, question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thanks. And what's the last date by which council has to sign this uplift of funding?
30th of September this year.
30th of September, the same as the other funding.
Or as agreed with DIA.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions for clarification? Councillor De La Varas-Willcock.
Yes, thank you, Anine. Would it be correct to say that this $422,000 is part of securing asset management and asset condition data?
It's part of that, yes, yeah.
So by us agreeing to accept this money, we're basically handing over the data for dissolving our control and ownership over our water's assets?
Not necessarily, it's informing what needs.
But without us supplying that data, the proposed new entities would be at a loss of what our assets are, the scope of them and their condition, correct?
If I may clarify, we should know, the asset condition of data transfer will come at a later stage. This is actually providing information that will be supporting a number of activities. And the initial activities around developing asset management plan is probably going to be for the benefit of Kaipara District, because we'll have the opportunity to get into that and what our future funding requirements are.
But it takes us one step forward closer to divesting our assets to Water Entity A proposed, am I correct?
Well, divesting assets will be through the Bill 2, as I explained in previous updates. So that's where the transfer provisions of how that mechanism will work will be in Bill 2. This is clearly Bill 1, which is setting up the entities, but it's also making sure that the entities can fully support and get their voice into the future of Entity A.
Thank you. And then one last question, respectfully. The Select is considering 88,000 submissions in opposition to the Water Services Bill, the Water Services Entities Bill.
named, so, but I appreciate that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Anine. So just on page, further question from me on page 84, again, the fourth bullet point down in your list of the specific activities and approximate cost for KDC to support transition include liability or debt and asset transfer assessment. As we well know, Kaipara District Council was once smashed on the rock of debt regarding the good ship. Kaipara District Council was smashed on the rock of debt regarding a wastewater system for here in Mangawhai. So the fourth bullet point here you're talking to is within this $422,000 is that an assessment will be being made about the debt of Kaipara District Council over with the wastewater scheme here. Yes, and how the debts of Kaipara District Council would be proposed to be absorbed by entity A.
It's working with the National Transition Unit in regards to exactly that. And it's more than just the wastewater, it's the actual three waters that would be.
Indeed. But the important point here is regarding debt, if you like, that we already have on the books from what's happened in the past, that there will be work being done about that ancient debt, if you like, transferring. Yes?
Yes, there will be, as part of Bill 2, the debt transfer process incorporated within that, but there's going to be some early work in terms of what that as well.
Thank you. And so we can't yet see what that looks like, but the indications at this point are basically that Kaipara District Council's debt, and Sue Davidson, you may be able to answer this, potentially goes down to less than $5 million, potentially. Without.
External debt, but there would be some internal debt relating to.
Other activities such as district plan preparation and so. Sorry, councillor De La Woodcock, what is your point of order?
You are misrepresenting the state of affairs. You are talking about something that is unknowable as if it's already happened.
Sorry, I am not misrepresenting because I'm reverting back to earlier briefings and meetings of this council where this item has been discussed, and I'm just checking with our managers and general managers here that the data that they've presented months ago to us is still accurate and true regarding this point that is in this paper at the fourth bullet point on page 84. There's no misrepresentation here, Councillor De La Woodcock. Thank you. Are there any further questions for clarification? Thank you, Anine. Thank you for your presentation here. Thank you, Sue, for that extra information as well. Councillor Curnow, thank you.
I've got nothing to add again, the discussion. Sorry, statements. Oh, sorry.
So you're, as the mover here, your lead statement regarding transition support.
I've been keen for lunch.
Lunch? What's lunch? I tell you, we're not going to get lunch today.
I think the points that Anine has made are obvious, that we are going to incur these costs either now or later. If we incur them now, we get what our community needs into the planning process. If we incur them later, we're still going to incur them, but we will have missed that boat potentially, possibly have missed that boat. So our communities would be less well off if we don't do this on two fronts. One, we would have to pay for this work, which we're going to have to do anyway. And two, the projects that we need to get into the asset management plan may not end up in the asset management plan, and it may take another round. I don't know how frequently they're going to do the asset management plan, but it may take that whole cycle before we get those projects in. And the evidence is from elsewhere where this has happened, including in water care, that when the transition into water care happened, and this happened in Tasmania too, the projects that were the highest priority in terms of their environmental and community deficits got done first. So we could miss out on on sorting out some of our major problems but quickly rather than later. So to me, again, it's an obvious decision to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce Pucky as the seconder.
I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. We're open for other statements. I'm going to start trying to speed up the meeting, so I'm looking for statements in support of this. A statement in support, I'll do that. I am supporting this because not to support this would mean a rates increase for the people of Kaipara District. In order to find the $422,000 at a minimum that will be required to be being billed here for the work that will be being required to be being done. Yeah, so I'm trying to avoid the Kaipara District ratepayers having an additional cost and putting a 1.5% rates increase on them by this decision that is before us today. So I'm in support of this. Thank you. I'm looking for speakers against this item. Councillor De La Woodcock.
Okay, so water is priceless. We're accepting, if this motion is agreed to by the majority of members, $422,000 help allow this government to seize priceless water assets that have been conservatively valued in 2021 at around $300 million. So I am going to speak the words of truth. This whole reform is a Trojan horse for privatisation. The first step in privatisation, as I've learned in my studies.
Point of order, the member is...
Councillor De La Woodcock. Councillor Curnow, the point of order.
The member is misrepresenting. There is nothing in this bill that takes us any closer to privatisation than our current situation.
So point of order is upheld. Please, Councillor De La Woodcock, draw that statement and proceed.
Commend everybody for their slick words of justification. I'm actually so tired of hearing them. I made a 10-page submission to the select committee and they said, I will take it as read. They hadn't read it. It was quite clear. They didn't ask me one question about what my 4 days of research revealed. But in that submission, the last matters I addressed were that overseas aggregated water services have failed miserably in Tasmania, that you mentioned, in the UK, in Scotland, and in Australia. We have repeated breaches of environmental standards.
Order, the member is misrepresenting again. I've talked to the people from Tasmania and
point of order.
They are not failing. In fact, they have water quality that is internationally award-winning now, as opposed to boil water notices that they had 10 years ago before they went down this road. So you can't use that as an example.
Councillor De La, please be.
The wastewater of Tasmania.
Notion of misrepresentation.
Touching into the environment because it's disappearing in their reticulated wastewater system. I'm not referring to their drinking water supply. There's more than one issue here.
So,
there is drinking water, storm water, land drainage, and there is wastewater. And all of this is being put at risk because councils such as ours, little councils, are losing our political voice. We do not have strong enough leadership to oppose this, Mr. Mayor. And I ask you to join me in Ahikiwi from Kibrianga to Wellington to say we must take our country back. We must take local democracy back. We must keep local control and ownership of our water's assets for the future benefit of the New Zealanders and the people that haven't even been born yet. Thank you.
Right. Are there further statements against? Councillor Larson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, this item falls into a similar category as the previous one, which was the Better Off package funding. whilst it's nice to accept money, the downside is obviously that the reform package requires us to surrender all of our water assets worth hundreds of millions of dollars and then have no control over them and no democratic voice in the new governance structure. And whilst we may not be able to uplift this money if we don't accept it, we have not gone and talked to our community, consulted about one of the most significant changes that's happening. And I know there's a lot of unrest in the community about these proposals. Now, ultimately, the community may come back and say, yes, you might as well take the money else lose it, but I don't know that until we've gone and spoken to them about it. And so that places us in a very difficult position, in my opinion. I think we have an obligation under the Local Government Act to go and talk about such a significant thing. We may not have to, but it doesn't mean that we can't. And this item falls under the same timeframes as the previous one, in that we don't have to sign until the 30th of September, and we have time to go and talk to our community, and we could still do that. We can also apply for waivers on both items and attempt to get it extended by some more time. That may even allow a new council to make the ultimate decisions around these two items. So I'm uncomfortable with going ahead with this process without talking to the community. And so on that basis, I find it difficult to support the pleading. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm seeking now, is there a third speaker against this motion? No, right. Thank you. Councillor Curnow for a closing statement, if you wish.
Just a closing statement on the waiver. The waiver is under fairly strict conditions, which we are likely would not comply with. So taking that, I'm not prepared to risk a 1.5% rates increase as a matter of principle. This is the right thing to do, to take the money, to do the work, to make sure that if and should the entity proceed, that our projects are in that planning. And that's why it's important to me.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. We're going to the vote now by division, please, Mr. Maris.
Councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor Delavaras Woodcock.
Against.
Councillor Joyce Parky.
For.
Councillor Larson.
Abstain.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Withy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
For.
Your Worship.
For.
Your Worship, that's carried with 1 against and 1 abstaining.
Thank you. Clear decision there. Thank you, Anand. Right, we're moving on. We're now going to do the item number 5.4, the Mayor's Skate Park item, and we will be doing lunch after that. So Councillor Larson is moving this and Councillor Withy is seconding this. Thank you. And the recommendation here is very clear. And Lucy, sorry, kia ora, Lucy is the lead for this item for today. And we did have a presentation earlier today, Lucy. I'm not sure if you saw that.
I did, yes, thank you.
But thank you. So we are across the work. Thank you. And Eros is also here in the room. He's just off screen for you, but he's here too. Yeah. So kia ora, Lucy, over to you.
Thank you. I take the paper as read. You'll have seen the presentation from Matt earlier this morning. The Mangawhai Activity Zone is a well-used community area, and the MAS Trust have continued to develop the facilities. The flowbowl construction's due to start within the next few weeks, and the proposed additional funding will allow for the street plaza to be designed and stage 1 constructed. The Trust have secured funding of $200,000 from the Lotteries Commission, which Council have already agreed to match. The additional funding we are looking for will continue with the development and construction of stage 1 for the street plaza. question prior to the meeting, is the 400,000 coming from reserve contributions? Yes, it is. And then it was followed up with what is a balance available, taking into account the land purchase at Ulrich Park, the committed funds and the land purchase together. There's a balance left of $560,000. The street plaza is the last phase of the development at MAS. The additional funding that we are seeking today will allow for the full detailed design of the street plaza and 50% of the physical construction works. The 50% that will be built will be fully functional, and is going to be designed to tie in with stage 2 when MAS gets their funding to complete the street plaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Very clear. Elected members, are there questions for clarification? And please, I would say in the interest of time, if we could try, because we're in the same meeting, to bring back, if you like, from what we discussed earlier, the knowledge from this morning and the questions and answers that we had then, rather than repeating anything. Thank you. Councillor De La Varas Woodcock, then Councillor Wills, and Councillor Vincent.
Yes, I'm just
scratch my ear.
wondering, Mr. Morris, about the trigger of the report says it doesn't trigger, the amount doesn't trigger the significance and engagement policy or consultation.
So the 200,000, just to clarify?
The 400,000.
So it won't trigger the financial threshold for
significance. Okay. So my other question is, has the community given their opinions about spending the reserve contributions on these projects?
That's not something I can answer, sorry.
So through you, if I can, Lucy, so that was consulted on in the LTP, and it's a project and the amount that was included in the LTP.
Yes, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wills.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just from my understanding, we had a presentation this morning. He mentioned a business relationship. Can you please, just before I support the spending of this money, explain what who's the management and the sort of costs that have been proportioned to it and compared to our other council projects, please?
Sorry, Councillor Wills, for my benefit and possibly everyone else's, when you're talking about a business relationship, what are you please elaborate or be more clear about what you're talking about? Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, thank you. I was I'm seeking clarification on the relationship between the presenter this morning, who was speaking to this motion, and the actual costing structure and the allocation of the funds to private enterprise as opposed to internal council operations and the management of this project.
Okay, so the Mongafai Activity Zone Trust, they've engaged Rich Landscaping. So Matt, who gave the presentation this morning, is from Rich Landscaping to do the design. And they will oversee the quality and health and safety of the construction as the project management aspect. The council are providing the funding directly to the trust.
So that was my asking for clarification, because my understanding, not being from this area, was that the trust was managing the project, but there's in fact advisors. That's a statement. I'm going away from the question. So the council is monitoring the expenditure spent on the project management as if it was a council operation. I'm seeking some confidence that we're going to get this project for value for money.
Yes. Okay. Eros.
So as the mass has been in the previous years or previous project has been managed and run by the trust, so the money we're giving up to the trust as a grant. In the grant agreement, there are a set of conditions that as a council we want to ensure, so we're not giving the grant will be the scope, the quality, the time frame of the money given. It's like any external funding project, essentially, was going to pass the money to us. So the project will be run by the trust, and there is a project manager that will ensure from the trust perspective so a professional that will ensure that from mass, engaged by mass, and will ensure that the quality and scope has been achieved. Council will have a dedicated project manager, in this case, that will discuss and then will check with the project manager that everything that has been built is in accordance to the grant. So there will be a degree of control. So council will not be physically on the site all the time, but will have constant liaison with their project manager to ensure that the project is run as regular.
Thank you. It's just, yeah, sorry, and my question was around the fact that normally in council environment, we get presented with a description of what the money is likely to be spent on. This is the picture we were given is quite general in its concept, and not being a skateboarder myself, it's been described as a bowl, which I understand, and then the pavement area. And I just wanted to ask what we were going to get for the money.
Thank you for your statement. You're definitely moving into statement, Councillor Wills. So Councillor De La Vara, question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Maris, I think I'm picking up on previous question a little bit, but are we in a governance space that I'm uncertain about, where we heard a presenter that spoke to an item that directly was preceding a decision? So the presenter is that correct procedure?
Yes, through you, Richard, it's fine.
That's fine, even though there is a potential commercial element to the presentation being leading into what is a commercial benefit.
So that doesn't preclude petitioners or presenters for coming in to speak to the council.
Even if they have a direct commercial benefit.
That is between, yep, that's fine, because they are entitled to come and speak to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? Mark, Councillor Vincent, not scratching his ear this time.
No, not scratching my ear this time. Thank you. I did have a follow-up question to my previous questions, which were answered by the project manager, but I'm not too sure it'd be best placed to answer this in terms of, okay, we will still end up with a credit balance, if you like, in the reserves contribution fund allocated for this area. But are there any other projects floating around which have yet to come to council, which potentially might represent a better use of that extra $200,000? Thanks for that expert advice.
I can respond to the question. So there is 2.6 million allocated already in that reserve contribution fund for projects that are already in the RTP. So contribution is covering for that, and then there is additional money for the domain.
But there aren't any that are perhaps yet to come to the council table.
No.
I just was wanting to check that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And Councillor Joyce Puckey, did you have a question? No?
No question.
No? All right, thank you. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification here? No, thank you. Lucy, thank you very much for your presentation today. It was very clear. Thank you. Eros, you may sit back. Thank you. So, Councillor Larson, thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I'm very pleased to see this item come to the council table today. MAS is a really remarkable community initiative, and largely through volunteer effort and toil, we have for this community a multi-million-dollar facility at actually very little cost to our council. And I've been going to MAS working bees, and the enthusiasm put into that facility is enormous, and the use is quite remarkable. If you go and spend some time down there, it's not just the skate park, it's all of the other facilities there are very heavily used and thoroughly enjoyed by a lot of people in this community. And the skate park obviously is, as we've heard, of an extremely high standard, of an international standard, and potentially an Olympic standard if it can be completed, as has been specified. So I think council is actually getting excellent value out of contributing to this completion. It also fits seamlessly with our reserve contributions policy, and the money that's been collected as reserve contributions has been collected from growth in this area, and it's supposed to be used to compensate for the effects of growth by acquiring new recreational facilities and upgrading existing facilities. And MAS is an existing facility, and this will be a major upgrade, and I have no doubt it will be used and enjoyed by very many existing and new ratepayers going forward for many years to come. This has been going on for quite a long time, and MAS have been patient and persistent trying to raise this funding. And so I'm very pleased to see us now coming to a point where we can make a decision to help them go forward and complete this park. I think it's very timely at the end of this term of council to make this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Withy's statement.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, I support what Councillor Larson has said. I think this is a great, the majority of the community not only supports it, but actually uses it. You only have to go down there on a weekend to see the number of people there. I also think everyone should be aware that it's not just a little bit of money that we're putting in now. We've been putting in money from council, from its various grants and funding over a long period of time. Like just looking back through the Reserve Contestable Fund, we've funded both the major pump track, the junior pump track, the 3x3 basketball courts. We've put in through the Mealer funds, all the shade sales. We've put in contributions every year that I've been involved in council for the last 6 years. In fact, we've been putting grants in there. So council has been very actively working with Mayor's Trust to help fund, and along with their other funds that they've raised independently, we've ended up a community with a very, very valuable asset. One of the things that I got out of the presentation this morning was that this extra 200,000, which is being requested, will go in and partly complete the area that was shown on that diagram. The other part of it is going to be obviously contingent upon them fundraising over the next 12 months to try and complete. So in the end, when it's all completed, I guess the whole 400,000 that we're talking about in total will have been matched 1-for-1 with money that has been raised by MAS, and that I think is a valid point to recognise, because it shows that the community is contributing not only in volunteer hours that they put in, but also by fundraising on a 1-for-1 basis. And so I'm very pleased to see this on the table. I think it's well worth supporting, and I think that it'll be nice to have this final piece of the park completed. It's sort of the last few pieces of the puzzle being put together, so fully supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce Pucky.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. You don't have to convince me, I'm sold. I spent Saturday down there and I saw how highly used it was, and the word jealous comes to mind, because if we could have something even remotely similar to that in Dargaville, I'd die happy. That is just a great example of communities getting together and getting stuff done. And be it far from me to get in the progress of that. So I think the decision's already made, if I'm honest, but I just had to share that. It's a great community project. We're celebrating and we're put up.
Thank you, thank you. In the interest of time, I know that everyone would want to make a comment here, but I'd like to go now to anyone who would like to speak against this item. No, right. Okay, so just quickly from me in my capacity as mayor, I'd like to congratulate the mayor's team for having continued to pursue the council for funds from whatever source that we have, and that this notion of the skate park in its entirety, as we're hearing it, is just so massively used and a very important thing. And I'm looking forward to the government's future Commonwealth Games proposal saying that, and skateboarding will be done in Mangawhai, because it will be, because this facility is the best in the country for skateboarding, and the fact that it's in cool Mangawhai, which also has a surf beach and some of the most amazing sand and 45 precious ferry turns, makes it a very, very special place indeed. So congratulations to Maz for having brought us this opportunity, and I'm looking forward to the decision that council is going to make here. Council, last and closing statement from you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, I concur. I'd like to see Mangawhai hosting skateboarding Olympics. And in the interim, I'd like to see national skateboarding champs happening here once this is completed, and I think we will have it will do amazing things for the local community here. It'll support our accommodation and catering businesses and all those sorts of things, and really put Mangawhai on the map. What an amazing place to have such a beautiful estuary and beaches and an amazing facility like that once it's completed. So yeah, thank you very much to Maz for many years of persisting with the idea and getting us to this point, pending the vote we're about to have. And great, Mangawhai and Kaipara. Let's go skating.
Thank you, thank you. We won't call this vote by division. This will be just a plain, simple vote. So all those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Unanimous. Thank you. At this point. Thank you. Thank you, Maz. At this point, we're adjourning for lunch. We will resume the meeting at 1 p.m. So you have 13 minutes for lunch break. All right, kia ora. It's 1 p.m. and so the Kaipara District Council meeting is resuming at this point. We're picking up at item number 5.6, which is the Mangawhai Endowment Land Account section approval. This is being moved by Councillor Withy, and do we have a second?
Just second.
Councillor Curnow, thank you. To lead us through this item, Graham Coleman. Thank you. Kia ora, Graham.
Mr. Mayor, I'll keep it short. I'll take the report as read. Trying to free up some funds that would otherwise not be available this year for grant purposes. So it's just because we're out of policy in terms of the way the calculation is done. There was a question from Councillor Vincent around what are the funds generally used for by the recipient. They're generally not used for operational purposes.
Whilst you speak, I
was happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Curnow and Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Just a quick question. So this does erode the capital value of the fund, and there's no intention in future years to kind of catch up by not granting quite as much?
It will erode the fund, but that's eroding anyway because we're so far below the inflation rate for the current year.
Yeah.
It will take it down a little bit further. It could be a choice of a future council to actually hold some back in future years. I suspect that this will occur next year as well, the inflation rate being where it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And your question, Councillor Wilson-Collins, was the same.
Exactly the same thing.
So that's good. That's nicely efficient. Are there any further questions, elected members, for Graham? No further questions, Graham. Thank you. You may sit back. Thank you. Councillor Withy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, in my capacity as chair of the Audit and Grants Committee and having chaired the meeting grants over the last 6 years, I was well aware that we were going to end up in a problem with funding for this year's round. Last year, we saw a savage drop down to $45,000 when inflation kicked in for the last 6 months of the grant calculation year. But this year, of course, we have a very unusual situation of inflation racing away ahead of interest earned by the funds invested. So we're in this deficit situation. Now, the point that I realised this and asked Graham to do some work on it, which is the result of this paper. We had already gone out to the community and asked for applications for consideration for the grant. So what I'm pleased to see that we're at least matching what we did last year in terms of $45,000 out of the capital, because the council would have looked rather stupid, I think, having called for applications to a fund and then turned around to all those people who'd made applications and said, we haven't got any money to give you. So this at least keeps faith in our community, and even though it does temporarily at least dip into our capital fund, the capital fund is in a far stronger position than it was when this council took office after the commissioners, and we introduced inflation protection for the capital. Up until that stage, the commissioners had actually eliminated that part of the fund. So the fund has grown in the last 5 years. So we're in a position, I think, to be able to dip into it to a modest amount like this and make some funds available for this year's application. So I'm very happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Curnow. Seconder.
Nothing to add. It seems relatively straightforward.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm seeking a third person in support of this. Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just as a little bit of history, I was looked up the notice of motion that I lodged on the 11th of July 2017, which initiated the review of the Mangawhai Endowment Lands account. At that time, under the commission, the fund was being run down, and I had concerns that given the effects of inflation over the years, we would end up without this fund there to provide to the community. I have a concern about this. I realise at this stage it's a one-off process, but it is depleting inflation-adjusted capital. And although it may not be a large amount that's going out this time, I actually like to see that money recouped at a subsequent date back into the fund when inflation isn't at such a high rate, and we don't know when that might be. So, yeah, I have reservations about this. I think it's poor that we've gone out and advertised the fund without first calculating what was available and finding that in fact there wasn't anything available under policy. We've got a lot of money coming in as a result of inflation because our reserve contribution funds are coming in quite thick and fast with development and property prices having gone up, and based on a percentage of property valuation means that we do have more money coming in, and we are putting quite a lot of money into the community through those funds. So I would prefer to have stuck with our policy and not have unwound it as such and access the capital. If we are going to indeed proceed with doing that today, then I think there needs to be some subsequent consideration made to how that capital is replaced from the proceeds of the fund in subsequent years, even if it was a trickle back effect where it was recouped over, say, 3 years to replace the 45,000, then I think it would be an appropriate action for us to take in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further statements against? Oh. Sorry. All right, thank you. Councillor Withy, do you need a closing statement?
Only to say that in response to Councillor Larson's comments, which obviously are directed at making sure that the capital doesn't get eroded away as it was prior to council being elected in 2016. The policy is under review, and I think if Sue is not here, so can't confirm that, but I think it's up for review. Is that not right, Jason?
That is correct.
So this is something that I think, and I would hope that staff have taken on board in terms of reviewing the policy, bringing back to the new council, something that will encompass this unusual environment we're in at present, just in case it happens in the future.
All right, thank you. So we're putting this to a simple vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to the item number 5.7, the budget carryovers item. Graham, kia ora. And we have a recommendation here regarding the budget carryovers, which is on page 95 of the full agenda here today. And I'm seeking a mover for this. Councillor Vincent, thank you. And a seconder for this, Councillor Curnow, thank you. Thank you, Graham. Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I'll take the read, but just in a quick summary, we're proposing to carry over $24.7 million worth of work from last year. Last year's program with the carryovers from the previous year was just on 60 million. We managed to complete $33 million worth of work during the year. And obviously there was a lot of stuff that got started and is underway. So this is about sort of protecting that funding and carrying that forward. About 13 million of it relates to projects that are funded externally. So I think it's important that that's probably all I have to say on the report. Alan's here to support me if you've got any questions around the individual projects and any of those, and we'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification? Councillor Curnow.
I note that you're carrying some of the work into this year and some into next year. Is that normal, and what are the risks involved with doing that?
there's actually two projects, and it's run the stock banks because that work just won't get done on those two time periods.
Right.
So all we're doing is, we will take this work and we'll put it into next year's annual, it'll go into this year's work program, and forms are sort of starting point for next year. So those ones that are carried forward in the following year, we'll immediately put that into next year's draft annual plan, so it's there as a starting point.
And is that a normal behaviour?
We've had a couple of those.
I think we've ever done, have we done that before? Oh, okay, I missed that, sorry. Okay, then I stand down on my question. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just was wondering, is there anything with having to extend this time frame out? Do we have to, because we're now in a time of relatively high inflation, is that a factor that is taken into account in how we approach these projects? How does that fit in the equation?
This is about sort of taking the funding across. These things are well underway, I guess, in terms of getting the work done from the budget allocations, more a question for Anna.
Yeah, so there are a few. It's, we haven't gone through the so there was should something we're going to have to. That does appear.
Okay.
It is a real risk, though.
I look forward to hearing you again when they get to that point. Yeah.
Project by project.
Yes. Yep. Okay. I don't think there's. I'll say
statements for later. Thank you. Further questions for Graham Coleman? No further questions. Thank you, Graham. Thank you for your here this afternoon. And so at this point, councillor Vincent, statements. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I think it was always going to be ambitious that we should get through the work program as set out in the plan, and I'd much rather something was done properly than half done to a poorer standard. So let's hope we've got those ones that have been signed off are going to continue on with manageable maintenance costs. And I think we just have to accept this and suck it up and move on to the next thing, actually. It's just the reality of the situation we're in at present.
Thank you. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Curnow.
Yeah, I think this, I mean, it is the reality, we have to deal with it. But what I'm interested in is that a lot of this is as a result of all this external funding that's come in, which has kind of nudged our normal work out of the way because we've got to grab onto that money within the timeframes that we do. And I'm just conscious that I'm just wondering whether we need, as a council, and it won't be me involved, but to have a talk about how do we manage this sort of extra funding? Because if the tranche 2 happens, there's another 12 million that's going to come in requiring extra work. So it's like our budgeting system is set up for kind of, we do a plan, here it is, now we deliver it. Whereas now we do a plan, then all these other things land on it, and we're still trying to do our ordinary work as well. And somehow that's not quite connecting up. So I just wonder whether that's a piece of work for the future, just to look at how budgets can be more responsive to big chunks of external funding coming our way, on the hope that that may continue in some shape or form. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. A further statement, councillor Weddy.
Support.
Yes.
In support, but a cautionary warning. This will happen again at the end of this year. Because in July, when you look at the exceptions report, you'll see that we've made, as we have done in the past 2 years, an exceedingly slow start to our capital expenditure program. Every month we lose and drop behind, we will not catch up in the last quarter. That's been proven time and time again. So my comment here is I support the carryover, but I urge staff to get a wriggle on and try and hit the ground running. The minute you get to 1 July each year, try and get projects off the ground, because you won't catch up at the end. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That's 3 statements in support. Are there any, the interest of time here today, are there any statements against? No statements against. So councillor Vincent, do you need a closing statement?
No, thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll put this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you for letting us move that through quickly. Thank you, Graham. Moving on to item number 5.8, the Kaihu Valley Trail electric easement requests. Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock is moving this item, and a seconder for this, Councillor Joyce Plucky. Thank you. And joining us for the presentation on this item is John Bird, who's joining us online. Kia ora, John.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. If I could take the report as read, this item has come about because we were initially our Kaihu Valley project team were approached by Mercury, the subsidiary of Mercury Power, who are working on the transmission line for the wind farm, which is now consented, and they were interested in using the a portion of the former rail corridor, and so following some discussions, they've gone off and done some technical work and also come back with responses around how it will work on practical terms, and assured officers that the line itself will be separated from the trail and should have minimal impact on the trail that's being constructed, and will be accessed separately from the trail itself. They've also done work with the 4 adjoining landowners to let them know of what they're proposing. And it's fair to say that 3 of them seem fine with it or accepting of it, and there's one particular landowner that's got some reservations, but she has been provided information and hasn't come back with anything further. And the project team have suggested to her that they could mitigate her concerns, which are around the visual impact of the transmission line by painting the poles green. Separately, the Mercury have undertaken their own valuation on on the valuation of acquiring the easement across the council administered land. It's coming in around $40,000. We would need to do our own, but I wouldn't expect that to come back at a significant difference. They have also offered, as a sweetener to the deal, a $40,000 subsidy on the Kaihu Valley Rail Trail for council to use, as it decides, I suppose, in terms of supporting the trail, whether it's maintenance, promotion, or whatever it might be. The $40,000, initial $40,000, is compensation for the acquisition of the interest in the land, and the sponsorship as I say, as a sweetener. In all of this, council needs to be mindful that it is a commercial decision that the project team are looking at. If we were to ask for too much money, they will just redesign the transmission line and take it via a different route, perhaps via the state highway or other roads where they don't where they're able to do it as of right. I think a question came through from an elected member on what would the use of the money be that we receive. In terms of council's policy would fall under the proceeds of land sales policy, and that directs it towards retiring debt, general debt. As I say, the money around the sponsorship, that's yet to be negotiated on what that would be spent on. But happy to take any further questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification? Councillor Wills.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I apologise for not getting this to you earlier. That corridor was taken under the Public Works Act. Are there any limitations on the uses other than what it was originally taken for, which was the water supply to Daiwa?
No, it's the Public Works Act will kick in if council was ever to dispose of the property in total. So no, I don't believe there are any limitations.
I'm probably sure. Sorry, the land was originally transferred from the Crown to the council under the Public Works Act. I'm just asking, just for clarification, and I apologise for not getting this before the start of the meeting. Is there any limitation that the Public Works Act was restricted to the original intended use?
No. Obviously, we're using it for a rail trail now, so it's used for the water pipeline, and it can be used for other purposes. The Public Works Act implications would come if council were to dispose of the corridor in entirety or any portion of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
Thank you, John. What is your judgment or position about? What is your thoughts about the visual amenity of the 13.6 metre green poles if they're approved, in terms of affecting the enjoyment of the walk cycleway?
I don't think they'll have a great impact on the cycleway users because they're, essentially right beside the trail, so they're not people. It's people from a distance that are more going to be impacted by the nature of them. The transmission line will go somewhere, so there's going to be that impact regardless of whether it goes down council's rail trail.
Do you know if the power poles, I call them, will put out any sound or vibration, like humming? I'm
not a technical expert, but my experience is those high transmission lines often do, so quite possibly.
Right. And if the council was to refuse this request for easement, that would require the wind farm to put the transmission line elsewhere, wouldn't it?
That's correct. Yes, it would go on another route. As I say, they may take the option of using the state highway, for example.
And so, why is it that you don't feel that the council has more of a?
We don't ask staff what they feel, Councillor De Lavaris Woodcock.
The report says that there is that the advantage is $80,000, but there's limited commercial pressure that the council could request for a compensation.
Yeah, so
could you elaborate on that?
Just through the chair, look, I believe that if we ask for too much money, in fact, we asked for, and when the initial discussions were started, whether they would construct a section of the trail, but they indicated those costs were well in excess of what they would consider. Basically, if we ask for too much, they'll just put it somewhere else that's going to be cheaper. That's the commercial constraint that's against this proposal. So it's got a particular value. If that's not what council wants to let this interest in the land go for, well, that's fine. Mercury would move on and use some other route.
And that potentially could be to the advantage of the enjoyment of the users of the trail, because the power lines won't be near the trail. So,
well, they could still be near the trail. They could go on the adjoining land, for example. They could just take it outside of the rail trail corridor and put it on the adjoining landowners along the same route, essentially. So we don't know what DWP, the Mercury subsidiary, would do in the event that council declines it. But obviously they'll continue to plan for bringing the power that's going to be generated from the wind farm into Dargaville, because that's what they need to do, and they'll find another solution. And it may be, just as visually intrusive or have the same effect as going along the trail. In any case, it's quite flat open land, so I don't think moving it by even 500 metres would make an awful lot of difference from a distance.
Thank you.
Right, thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? Councillor Wethy, then Councillor Vincent.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. John, I presume that the 76 kV power line, it's going to be above ground, is that right?
Yes, that's right. It's on, as one of the other councillors mentioned, it's got like 13-metre poles above ground.
Right, and so it's not an underground kV line, all right. So the actual easement is going to be right along the same, right adjacent, basically right next door to the rail trail.
That's correct, yes. So the rail trail itself is quite wide, and so the form trail that cyclists are going to use, and walkers, you know, maybe 3 or 4 meters wide or what have you, but there's, you know, there's 20 or 30 meters available in the corridor, so it's going to be adjacent to the formed cycle trail.
Yeah, but your assessment is here that the height of the transmission line, even if it's 20 meters away, it's still going to be very much in the frame as far as the cycleway is concerned and people using it.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you, councillor Vincent. Then councillor Wills with another question.
Yeah, just to clarify, thanks, John. You said on page 4 of your report, there's 80,000 of funds for council to use, and as I read it, that would be 40,000 going to in sponsorship to support the operation of the trail, and the other 40,000 will be used for retirement of debt.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Wills.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a technical question. I think you mentioned there the width is 12.5 metres. What's the width of the actual right of way that the council has control of?
Look, I don't have the thing right in front of me, apologies, but as I said, it's at least 20 metres wide. And of course, it's not going to be consistent along the length of it. So the width, if you like,
there's an overhang on private property on either side.
No. So it will be within the council corridor, and the width allows for obviously the swing of the lines and the wind, not the fact that it's going to occupy a 12-metre wide strip.
Right, thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you. So, councillor De Lavaris-Woodcock, opening statement. Thank you.
Yes, there are advantages financial to accepting this proposed $80,000 to advance the Kaihu Valley Trail. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice and succinct. Thank you. Councillor Joyce Paki is the seconder here.
Thank you. I'm just glad to hear that you've progressed with the neighbouring landowners and that you've got 3 on site and 1 nearly there. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. So, you know, if it's as simple as it sounds, by painting the poles green, then I think I can make a decision based on that.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking for a third person in support here.
A very short in support. It's not ideal, but it's got to go somewhere. And at least we know where it is. And, yeah, but it's not going to be pretty, but it's not going to be pretty wherever it goes. So, in favour on that basis.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any statements against? Yeah. Councillor Withy?
Yeah, I don't think we've personally got enough information about this. I would personally like to see a schematic about a cross-section of how this transmission line and the rail trail line together. This is 1.8 kilometres of our rail trail. Has anyone actually gone and stood and walked under a 66 kV transmission line, swinging in the wind, buzzing away? I think you'll find a lot of people who want to cycle and walk down that track are going to be quite nervous in that 1.8 kilometres. And quite frankly, $80,000 is a pittance for something like an easement in perpetuity for this thing to go ahead. I really don't think, from my point of view, I think we needed more information to know what the visual consequences of this decision is going to be. I think we're going rushing in and being blinded by the thing, $80,000. Look, in the scheme of things, that doesn't amount to a hell of a lot, especially if we end up reducing the enjoyment and the use of that track for this 1.8 kilometres. If they decide, and we don't agree to it, and it's going to push out half a kilometre across the way, I don't have any problem walking around half a kilometre away from a transmission line, but I'm damn sure I'd be quite nervous about in a wind, and let's face it, on the west coast you get a lot of wind, walking underneath a big transmission line away above me. So I just I just think we have enough of the information we need to make a positive decision that's going to be there forever. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question as the mover. Mr. Maris, am I able at this point to do a procedural motion to let this decision return to the table when there is more information?
Through you, Bishop, no, because you've already spoken on the matter.
Thank you. So I'm seeking further statements further statements in the space.
Thank you.
Councillor Last.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that this item lie on the table for further information is received regarding the matters raised by Webby.
That is a procedural motion, so a seconder is needed to be found for that.
I'll second that.
Who has not spoken? So that's councillor Vincent. Yep. Brings it onto the table. So, Mr. Maris, the direction there in this procedural motion, that's clear.
It's true, Your Worship, so you need to put the motion.
All right, thank you.
There is a right of reply permitted prior to.
Thank you. So sorry. So
through you, we need to wrap up with the right of reply. Right of reply needs to be had, and then the procedural motion goes
next. Okay, so based on the original item, because it's councillor Larson who. Yeah.
Because it's a procedural motion, you don't speak to the procedural motion?
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So the right to reply on the previous.
Yes. Okay, so that has to be done now. Okay, thank you. Thank you, councillor De La Varas Woodcock. Thank you. And the seconder here is councillor Joyce Paki. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, on the original motion?
Yes, on the original motion.
Sorry.
Yes.
I commend councillor Wethy for bringing his experience and insight to this decision, to draw our attention to the hero project that the Kaihu Valley Trail represents. It has great unknown potential for our district, economically, socially, culturally, environmentally, with its green, blue infrastructure, riparian planting. And it's great to have someone challenging the general discourse around the table, other than myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So we're putting this procedural motion to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Right. Moving on to item number 5.8, the proposed variation to the Ahikiwi Bridge contract. So for this item, we have Mark Bell, who's the project manager here. And I'm happy to move this item, and I'm seeking a seconder here. Councillor Wilson Collins, thank you. Mark, kia ora.
Yeah, greetings, elected members. So is it necessary for me to re-present this or no?
No, please take it as read. Thank you.
Read?
Yes. And then there's an opportunity for questions or any, if elected members had presented any questions in the last week since the agenda came out to you.
Sure,
you may have those answers now that you may want to provide, if there were any questions.
Yes, there was one, and it was a clarification on the original budget and the original tender, that this additional key bridge is basically just being reinserted back in as a variation to the single bridge contract that we have issued.
Thank you. So even though it is a variation, we're back on plan A, if you like. Yes, that's even though it's a variation, yeah, because for a while we were on plan B and now this brings us back to plan A. Yes?
Back on plan A.
Okay, thank you. Just so we're all clear. Thank you. Councillor Curnow.
I just have a question about the milestone. Obviously, reinserting this is all about speeding things up so that we can deliver by October or at the end of October, according to the milestone. Is there a risk, and what happens if we slip?
Luckily, we've just had the milestones adjusted so that we've got a bit more leeway in there. So we're basically into May 23 now, but we're still attempting to effectively get the bridges in place over these next few months.
Right, okay, thank you.
Summertime. Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, Mark. So we'll now do our deliberations here. So you may leave the table. Thank you. Thank you. It's been a journey for some of these projects, if you like, where a very large super projects such as the Kahi Valley Trail, something comes in and then goes out and then goes out. And this is an example of a variation to a legal contract now, which is restoring back to the original intention of the project, something which needed to be left out earlier. That's what this is. The Ahikiwi Bridge is going to be one of the absolute gems of the Kahi Valley Trail with its extraordinary location well, I'm going to say near Ahikiwi Marae, but I'm just going to say at Ahikiwi, really. It's a very, very beautiful part of the entire Kaihū Valley Trail. And this, I think, will be one of the parts that is photographed most of all, will be right here. I think it's a magical, magical spot, and I'm looking forward to seeing this bridge constructed and looking forward to council making its decision to get on with this. Thank you. Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Brilliant. I'm very excited. Can I make a change to the recommendation?
We'll have an amendment. Only with the permission of the mover and the seconder.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, can I have your approval to add a letter? I sent this through in my questions before the meeting, that we actually note in this recommendation that this additional funding is to actually restore the original intention of the project. It's not a budget blowout as such.
It's not a new thing.
Yeah, it's not a new thing. Just so that when people look back on it later, they can see that it's not another one of those struggles that we've been through.
I support that. I agree with you. It should be in there.
Sorry, thank you. So as the mover, I'm looking forward to seeing the exact words here.
Okay.
But
they're doing there.
About the original intention of
that the decision restores the original intention of the project. I stole those words from you, by the way.
Is that sufficient? I think that would be sufficient.
Blowout. I don't want to put budget blowout in there, but.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that. If you're happy with that, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you're continuing with your statement.
Oh, thank you. Because this additional funding restores the original intention of the project, I'm in support of seeing this move forward and our little trail carry on. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I'm seeking a further statement in support.
I support it.
Thank you, nice and short. Are there any statements against? No statements against. Right, so we're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you.
As I declared a conflict of interest, how's my vote recorded?
It's not recorded.
Thank you. Your non-vote is recorded here. Thank you. All right, thank you. So we move on now to item number 5.10, the Northern Base Road Closure event. I'm happy to move this item, and Councillor Wethy is rocking on here with me. We have Rachel Taylor from NTA here to take any questions and to lead us with this item. Thank you. Kia ora, Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So we've received the report, thank you, and we've noted it. sorry, we've read it and we're also familiar with this because it's come around before and before for other years as well. So I just remind you of that as you begin here. Thank you.
Thank you. Just, yeah, I'll keep it very brief. So Northern Base has been around for about 10 years. The road closure is for Settlement Road, which I think is a new thing the last couple of years, which is to help with traffic movements internally and also for the safety of the event goers. Application went out the beginning of August and there were no submissions received. So yeah, the recommendation is to actually approve the road closure.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions for clarification? Sorry, just for getting you to repeat here. So you said there were no submissions received. Thank you. So that's very clear. Thank you. Any further questions, elected members? No further questions. Oh, thank you, Rachel. Your work here is done. You may sit back from the table. Thank you. Right. So our decisions here. This is the Great Rock event of Kaipara. It's a key national priority for the youth of New Zealand in the summertime at New Year, and absolutely fills Mangawhai and Kaiwaka. And us getting the temporary road closure approval done as a decision today helps the producers of the event to be able to continue with their planning in all good time. So I support this motion with the change, Councillor Withy, just reading the wording where it says on the fourth line, 0 AM, it would need to be 12 AM.
Yeah, I agree.
The 0 AM doesn't exist. I think we all know what it means to say, but in that sense of that point, so that it's actually accurate here and will make sense to everyone forever. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Withy. So, yes. So I'm fully in support of this and rock on.
Yep.
Councillor Withy.
I certainly support it, and I'm very, very pleased to see in the report here that there has been a process to enable residents and their guests through a sticker and code system to access the road while it's closed off. So this year I shouldn't be getting any of the residents of Settlement Road out between Christmas and New Year complaining about their guests not being able to get through. So thank you very much. It's a great event and very, very good for the economic activity within Mangawhai and Kaiwaka.
Thank you, thank you. Councillor Wilson Collins as our young elected member.
Ooh. Oh, woo! Ka pai.
Another hard thing to achieve.
Imperative.
That was your statements? Yes, thank you, thank you. Are there any statements against? No statements against, thank you. So we're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Rock on, Northern Base. Happy summer, everybody. Moving on at this point to item number 5.11, which is the change in delegations for the Environment Court proceedings pertaining to a specific appeal, which is before the Environment Court. And Wendy Robinson is presenting this item on a very special day. So Wendy, kia ora.
So I would just like to keep this really short and sharp. I know you've had a long day, so I'd the report keep taking as read.
Sorry, just before you proceed, Councillor Curnow is the mover here and Councillor Vincent is the seconder, sorry. Sorry, Wendy.
No, of course. So, yeah, I'd like to take the report as read, but if anyone has any questions, if I could move straight to that, clarify. Very short and sharp report, so.
Thank you, councillor Whitty.
Yeah, just to gauge an indication of how long this court hearing will be. Is there, have you got any idea of the substance of this appeal?
So the appeal was put forward by neighbours and 274 parties against the decision by the Independent Hearing Commissioner, which supported, obviously approved the development. So it's basically a tussle between the developer and the neighbours, the council obviously being involved. So I personally, my personal view is that the mediation won't be a very long part of it, and that it would then go to court for part of the.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you. And just before you leave the table, best of luck with your parental leave period and your very exciting times ahead. So thank you for everything you've been doing with us as an elected group of councillors, and you will return to a different group of elected members. So best wishes to you for your wonderful baby.
Thank you all for all of your patience and time. And I would just really briefly, if I may, Mr. Mayor, introduce JJ Kierna and Lloyd Barton, who I'm leaving in yours in the capable hands of. JJ is our new team leader and Lloyd as my replacement for the year. So
thank you.
I'll see some of you back in the year's time. Thank you.
I could add too, I'd just really like to appreciate the efforts you've made to increase the population of planners.
And future ratepayers.
Thank you, Wendy, and welcome aboard. Right, so we're putting this item to the vote now. Oh, sorry, statement, sorry. Getting ahead of myself. Councillor Turner.
No statement to make.
No statement. Councillor Vincent.
Yeah, I guess this was in my previous life part of my meat and drink, and I fully endorse this. It's the only practical approach that could be taken in dealing with appeals, and my only hesitation is that it's just restricted to this consent.
Thank you.
I'm happy to endorse the remit put forward.
Thank you, thank you. Are there further statements for this? Are there any against? In the interest of time, we'll go right now to the vote on this item. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Good luck.
Right, moving on to our final decision-making item for the open part of today's meeting. Item number 5.12, the Taharoa Domain Campground Fees Review. Councillor Joyce Paki is moving this, and a seconder here is myself. Thank you. So for leading this item, we have Nadine Spring, I believe, is online presenting for us.
Yep, I'm here. Kia ora, elected members.
Kia ora, Nadine.
So through the chair, I take the paper as read and just provide you with a quick summary of the report. So a review of the campground fees was initiated following a change in the funding structure of the Taharoa Domain operations. Previously, the campgrounds were funded entirely by fees, which generally provided a surplus, and the Taharoa Domain operations were funded via general rates. With the change in the operating model, all operation costs relating to the domain, including the campgrounds, are now funded by the forecasted revenue earned via the campground fees and then topped up by general rates, which for this year is approximately 41%. Therefore, any increase in campground fees will further reduce the funding required from rates. We completed some research into campgrounds with similar facilities and offered a similar camping experience, and found that many of the campgrounds in the Northland and Auckland regions offer a holiday park or beach camping experience, which is just not comparable with what we offer at the Domain. our research also indicated that the DOC campgrounds are really the only campgrounds that offer a comparable camping experience, albeit there are still some minor differences between what we have and what they do. A discussion paper was presented to the Tahoe Domain Governance Committee earlier this month, seeking support to amend the campground fees as proposed in this paper, and the committee unanimously supported the recommendation, but also asked staff to investigate the option of some form of discounted campground fees for residents of Kaipara District, and this is an initiative that's not dissimilar to that's used in Far North District Council, in Waitangi in Ngawha Springs as an example. Staff will report back to council findings and any recommendations when that work is complete. I did have one question from Councillor Wilson-Collins, which was what happens to existing bookings, especially ones that have already paid. So they will definitely be honoured. There will be no impact to campers who have confirmed bookings. But happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there further questions, elected members? Councillor Withy.
Yes, just thinking of then, one piece of detail here, in the chart you've given us here where you've got the proposed fees, I presume that the $20, the proposed fee per adult for unpowered site, this is a daily charge?
Correct.
Yeah, it's just, would be helpful to
Yes.
make sure, because people could read that as I'm there for a couple of weeks and there's $20.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Yes, it is definitely per night.
Thank you. Are there further questions for clarification? No further questions. Thank you, Nadine. You may stand down. Thank you at this point. Councillor Joyce Pucky.
Kia ora. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to say thank you, Nadine. I don't have a statement now because I think you've answered everything that needed to be said. Appreciate the work that you're doing. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you. A seconding statement from me. I'm in support of this. At the Tahoe Domain Committee meeting, I brought forward the idea of discounted campground rates for residents of Kaipara District and getting other people who are not from Kaipara to pay more to be at the lakes, and Kaipara people being able to pay less. So that will be a significant body of work for the council staff to be able to prepare. And so that will come back as a future decision for a future council in due course. But for this coming season, which, as you can see on a gorgeous day like today here in Northland, is already upon us, the camping season, if you like, an urgent, fast decision needed to be made by Tahoe Domain Committee and also by this full council about the season that we're just beginning now. So there will be an opportunity for the future council to look at discounted camping prices for Kaipara people at the lakes. So cross that bridge as you come to it. All right, but I just raised that point for everyone's absolute awareness. Thank you. Are there any further statements for? Are there any statements against? Councillor Joyce Pucky, would you like a closing statement?
Oh, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. That brings us to the end of our open decision items today. We're moving on to section 6 of today's agenda, with our first item at 6.1 being Kaipara District Council's submission on the exposure draft of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity. And this was myself and Councillor Vincent who held the pen on this item. And so, Councillor Vincent, would you like to move this item?
I'd be happy to move this item.
Thank you. And I'll second that. Thank you. Michael Day, Kia ora, Planning Manager.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good afternoon, elected members. Yes, so Kaipara District Council has submitted on the exposure draft of a national policy statement for Indigenous biodiversity. To meet the consultation deadline set by the Ministry for the Environment, we followed our adopted process to approve the submission. As you mentioned, Your Worship, that was, in this instance, was delegated to yourself, Councillor Vincent, and the Chief Executive. You'll recall that we had a workshop on the 6th of July, workshopped the content of the draft, the exposure draft, and the submission is now presented for your information purposes.
Thank you. Are there questions for clarification? And I would say that at this point, it's been through briefings. The work can't be undone, so there kind of need to be, if you like, almost process-related questions for clarification, I would say. No questions. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. We'll be seeing you again shortly, so please don't leave the building, but thank you for being here now. Okay, thank you. Councillor Vincent, statement.
Well, yes, this is just an information item, there for the information of councillors. If they've got any concern about the content, well, it's too late. The submission's gone in. Yeah, so there's nothing really to add to it other than there it is.
Thank you. Thank you. And a seconding statement from me, Kaipara District Council has done really well in this space, putting together submissions for these national policy statements. So often in the past, Kaipara District Council didn't have the resources to be able to meet all of the national policy statements that were being requested or sought, or submissions for other things. And so Kaipara's voice was not necessarily out there being heard, but it has certainly making its voice heard through these submission processes. Whether the system listens is another matter, but we're making our voice heard as representatives, and this part of the democracy is working strongly. The only content piece that I would say is that I'm particularly interested in the notion that biodiversity does not care who owns it. That is very clear in our submission. Biodiversity does not care who owns it. So there are overlays in this Indigenous biodiversity national policy statement that conflate many matters. But that point, biodiversity does not care who owns it, is really central to the Kaipara District Council view here. Thank you. I'm looking for further statements in support of noting this report.
I support.
Yes, yes, thank you. And so are there any statements against noting the report? None. Thank you. Right. So we'll put this, Councillor Vincent, would you like a closing statement?
Nothing to add to my fulsome initial report, please.
Thank you. Okay, so we're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Moving right along to the next item, which is the submission on the Water Services Entities Bill. And for this item, I'm happy to move this item, and Councillor Wethy is seconding this as the co-author here, along with Anine Nama, who's about to present. Kia ora, Anine.
Thank you. Your Worship, the submissions were closed on the 22nd of July on the Water Services Entities Bill. Our submission is in two parts. The first is a commentary on aspects of the bill, and the second is recommended changes to or improvements to the various clauses. We submitted on time, and we were asked to present or come along and talk to our submission on the 17th of August 2022, and which Your Worship, you did. I'll just take any questions on the paper.
Thank you again. This is now something which has happened in the past regarding action. So this is for noting, and it's more any questions regarding the process, really. No questions. Thank you, Anine. Thank you. So statements, yeah, I was damn proud to make the presentation to the Select Committee of Parliament regarding Kaipara District Council's submission to the Water Services Entities Bill. For that presentation, I took a map of Kaipara District because most of the Select Committee probably didn't know where we were. And I noted during my presentation that they were watching the map, they weren't watching me. So that's good. At least they're watching something. The submission by Kaipara District Council here is very clear. The points that Kaipara District Council raised and made here includes further background that is specific to Kaipara District and Kaipara District alone. And we have made our position very clear. In addition to that, there are specific changes suggested to the bill, to the actual legislation, which are precisely described. And again, it will be interesting in future to see what, if any, of those matters the Select Committee picks up. One of those, of course, is about the supermajority 75%, or as Kaipara District Council wants it to be 90% figure for voting of the regional representation group, without which the councils of Northland could be completely left out of the voting, or the iwi of Northland could be completely left outside the voting. That's been canvassed in other forums. So, but that matter again is very unique to the north, and I note that Whangarei District Council and Far North District Council did not choose to speak to their submissions. So Kaipara District Council was the only council in the north that spoke to its submission here. So we're out there doing our best, and this item is now historic, but for today's purposes, it is important that this work comes to the council for noting and for the record. Thank you. Councillor Withy.
No, nothing further from me. I think it's rather noting it for interest only at this stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there further statement for noting this report submission? Is there any statement against noting this submission? Councillor De Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I disagree with the statement on page 259 under point 2, where the report or the submission states, we accept that entity A model achieves the objective of the reform, and this may be a way for councils or territorial authorities to have influence.
Mr. Mayor, I've got to raise a point of order here.
Councillor Vincent, yes, here's your point of order.
Irrelevance, because we're not here to discuss the merits of the submission. We're here to note the fact that it has been presented.
Thank you. Thank you. That is upheld.
Okay, so why is the point of making a statement?
Sorry, we're making statements regarding the noting of it. So it's so you can absolutely
we should not note this submission because it does not represent valuable submission from our district to oppose fulsomely the reform or the. Thank you.
Thank you. That's clear. Thank you. Thank you. That is very clear. Councillor De Woodcock. Are there any further statements against? Right. So we're going to put the noting of this report now to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against?
I'd like a call for a division, please, Mr Maris.
For your worship, councillor Curnow.
For.
Councillor Delavaris Woodcock.
Against.
Councillor Joyce Parky.
For.
Councillor Larson.
For.
Councillor Vincent.
For.
Councillor Worthy.
For.
Councillor Wills.
For.
Councillor Wilson Collins.
For.
Your worship.
For.
Worship is carried, 8-1.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right, so we're moving on to item number 6.3, which is the clause 20A amendment to the operative Kaipara district plan. So councillor Curnow is moving this, and councillor Wilson Collins is seconding that. Thank you. Nice catch. And Michael Day is here to present this item regarding estuary estates. Kia ora.
Your worship. So staff were made aware that there were several minor cross-referencing errors within chapter 16 of the operative district plan, which became operative on the 22nd of July, 2022. The delegation to correct minor errors under clause 20A of the RMA sits with the Policy and Governance Manager of the Kaipara District Council. Minor errors have now been fixed, but the delegation requires that any clause 20A corrections get reported back to the subsequent council meeting, which is why we're here today.
Thank you. Thank you. Elected members, are there any questions for clarification? Councillor Vincent.
Is this the highlight of your day?
Relevant.
To get through.
Discussion this morning.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any further questions? No further questions. Thank you, Michael, for bringing this work to us. Councillor Curnow.
It's a procedural matter that's already happened and we are, as before, just noting it, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilson Collins?
Ka pai.
Thank you. Are there any further statements in support of this item? Are there any statements against this item?
No.
Councillor Curnow, would you like a closing statement?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. We're putting this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. I think that's the record of the
today
entire term. Thank you, Michael Day, apart from Councillor Vincent's comment about it being the highlight of everyone's day. Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you. Moving on now to item number 6.4 today, the exceptions report. So I'm seeking a mover here for the exceptions report. Councillor Withy, thank you. And a seconder here, Councillor Wilson Collins. Wonderful. Thank you. And so, Mr. Maris, leading us through this.
Yep, we've got our executive team here.
Executive.
So we'll answer any questions you have in the interest of time.
Lovely, because Louisa is not joining us for this matter. Yeah. So.
So financials, please.
Councillor Withy, financials.
As I've raised earlier in the meeting, it's concerning that we're in July and in our capital expenditure, we've only spent some 600,000 of over 1.6 million. Question I have is, can we have some assurance that we're going to be able to crank that ratio up in the next couple of months and try and catch up where we were losing ground?
That's fine. I do want to make that there are a number of projects that still have this an example is project, and similarly with the golf had been put into the LTP and will be doing some things in irrigation, probably a year ahead at the moment. So there's that portion of the 1.5 still in this. So noting those exceptions, still on track with the balance.
Thank you. Are there further questions in the financial part of Councillor De Oliveira Woodcock.
Yes, I sent my questions in. I wanted to know in the statement of operating capital performance under contractors, what that actually applies to if the whole year is 2,459,000.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll answer that question.
Certainly, Graham, thank you.
So that one covers a few things. It's contracts for things like plant operation, refuse collection, cleaning services, contracted services in there for animal control, noise control and monitoring and inspections. It's those sort of contracts.
So I understood that we had animal and noise control in-house.
Yeah, but if there's anything that they need to contract externally, so they're only very small amounts, those ones. I'm talking sort of maybe 40,000 each on those.
I didn't quite hear clearly, Graham, after refuse services, there was something else?
Cleaning services.
Cleaning.
I mean, the toilets, toilets.
Okay, so.
Your second question around the roadie MOR?
Yes, where does that budget?
The repairs and maintenance lines, that is a yes.
Okay. And Parks and Reserve goes in which line?
Yes, so that will be, the next one you had 3 waters and parks. So anything to do with repairs and maintenance goes in the repairs and maintenance. Anything to do with operations goes in the contractor.
Okay, for the parks and 3 waters.
Yes.
Thank you, Graham.
Thank you. Are there further questions in the financial section? No further questions. Thank you. We'll move on to the ops section, please. Councillor Kerno.
Yeah, I think we did mention it briefly earlier that there's, I'm just starting to feel a little unsettled about the resource consent and building consent compliance rate, where we seem to be dropping a little, and the explanation was due to various reasons and oversight, which kind of, again, doesn't give me great confidence that we're onto it, that we know what we're doing and that we're going to, or that we're onto it and there's nothing we can do about it. It just sort of felt a little bit of a problem brushing over it.
Through you, Bishop, Sue might want to answer as well. However, can I just say, having come from that area of the business, there's no sort of brushing over things here. The team are really, really working hard to make sure we meet our timeframes.
That's good.
And there's.
So what's the plan to get us back up to speed?
So through the chair, taking on 3 new people in the last 3 weeks, I think it is, so it's there to help, firstly, to start up the processing to help with that. We also found there were some issues with using consultants as well, but the communication is really good now. The land will be back up to 100%. The resource consent, that's a bit different because we have lost also.
Yeah.
But we are using consultants, and so we still think we won't 100%.
How is it going with using the consultant? Because that was one of the problems that we had when things were really not good.
We've developed a relationship with a number of consultants and we're working really well. And they're involved in training. So it's not just through the consultant, we're treated as an extension of ourselves.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions in the ops section? No further questions. So, and customer services? No questions. Thank you. Thank you. Right. So, does anyone need to make a statement about the exceptions report?
Just very quickly, we've made a pretty good start for the new financial year, with the exception of that slow start in the capital works. But I'm just mindful that we're going into a period between now and Christmas with a change in the governance structure within the council, and new mayor and new councillors being sworn in mid-October, and only coming to grips with things during the next couple of months leading up to Christmas. So the onus is very much on staff, I guess, to keep the eye on these business as usual activities. It will be impossible for a new mayor and council to catch up in the last 6 months of the year if things go awry in this next few months. So I'm just putting it out there that I'm sure you're all aware that you need to really keep an eye on some of these critical factors so that they don't go astray, because you may not be getting quite the same direction from around this table in the next few months as we go through this unsettled period.
Thank you. Are there statements from Councillor Wilson-Collins?
Nothing further to add.
Thank you. Are there any further statements in support? Are there any statements against noting the exceptions report? No, that's very simple. Okay, so we're putting this item is now going to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Item number 6.5, the resolutions register. Councillor Wills is moving this, and Councillor Joyce Paki is seconding this. Thank you. So that's on to the table. Councillor Kerner has a first question for the team.
It's number 11, Dargaville Water Storage Indicative Business Case. The report states that a report to be discussed at the August council meeting. December. Okay, yes, I just looked through that and thought, I didn't see it. Thank you.
December council meeting. Thank you. Are there further questions? Councillor Wilson-Collins.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on item 9 with the waste minimisation, and the update is that there's a report being planned for the September briefing. Is that still the plan?
Briefing next week.
Sorry, say that again? No.
We're putting a briefing to.
Yeah. Yeah. And when would a decision be required from that briefing?
Depending on the decision by the council, we'll be seeking to bring it back early in the next year. Decision.
Can I?
So I think what Alan's saying is we're bringing it to the September briefing.
Yeah.
And so we'll get some direction from there, but of course it's not going to be for a decision for this council by the sound of things.
Oh.
We need some extra time to work that through.
Okay, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a thing. It's a different thing.
Open for the discussion at the briefing next week.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wills, question.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Number 13, please, on the Te Kaupū domain. It says in here, in the resolutions register, that you're waiting on contact by the group to finalise that. Sorry to put you on the spot like this, but I've actually got a text in front of me that's a week old saying that they've had repeated attempts to contact the park team to get a response and support and haven't received any communication. And again, also that they're now paying rental fees for a pop-up gym that they thought they had the right to put on that property. I'm just providing feedback because that's quite different than what the resolutions register states. They also have asked when they're going to get funding put through to them to pay for the water tanks and that we gave them as part of the community grants. They're saying that they're waiting on that money. Well, can you please speak to those requests from that group?
Okay. So there's a lot in that, Councillor Will. The development agreement, my understanding is that it's with them for final comment. However, things could have moved on in the last week, of course.
This was dated last Wednesday, and it says that they've had no communication back from the parks. I'm trying to be careful not just bringing up what their concerns are.
Yep. So we'll follow that up. Just to make sure that I assume they know who they're contacting as far as the right person goes.
Addressed to about 5 different council staff.
Okay.
CC right around the organisation, including the project manager.
Right, so we'll follow that up, and we'll make sure that they're communicated with and where we're at.
Thank you. Appreciate the feedback. If I could have that directly back to me on progress on that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further points in the resolutions register? No further matters, right, thank you. Councillor Wills, is there a statement from you?
Nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joyce Plucky, statement from you?
Nothing from me.
No, all right, thank you. Are there any further statements in support regarding noting this in particular? Or any statements against noting this resolutions register? No, all right, thank you. We're putting the noting of this to the vote now. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. We have a motion at this point, a recommendation to move into the public excluded session, which brings us to the end of our open agenda for today. And so Councillor Wilson-Collins is happy to move us into the public excluded session. Councillor Joyce Plucky was seconding there. Is there any commentary before we put this to the vote? No, so thank you. So we're about to put this to the vote, but I just thank everyone for your attendance and for watching from your land. Thank you for attending our Kaipara District Council meeting today. Wishing you very well for the rest of your afternoon. Kia pai tō ahi ahi. Thank you. And now we're going to vote on going into public excluded. All those in favour, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried.